Good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. We're just getting started, and we should be loading the game soon. And in celebration of yet another Rogue Trader DLC, I have myself a glass of the modern-day equivalent of Emisec. That's good stuff. Also, I have a grilled cheese sandwich. That's not Warhammer related, but you know what? I like myself a cheesy snack from time to time. I also apologize ahead of time. You're going to hear my chair squeak a lot tonight. I borked my back while rock climbing earlier in the week, and so, yeah, it's taking a bit to get settled back in. Alright, let's do... Actually, hang on. Did we ever talk to... Oh boy, on... Yes, we did. We did talk to him. Now... now, it's time to head down to the planet. I completely forgot that we did... Oh, that's right. I still have to... Well, we're still pretty early, so... we don't have to level up quite yet. Although, I will have to look into that eventually. I need to look into that right now. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Warhammer 40k build guide. Nope. Excellent. It's the one that I normally use. Void Shadows DLC, Lex Imperialis DLC, updated companion builds. Well, let's see what they have to say about Argenta. Argenta reworked. Oh no. Sister of Battle, Argenta. I like Big Daka, she likes Big Daka, you like Big Daka. Hence, it's a good build. We could do the exact same thing on her bolter, minus all the heavy feats, and get the other rate of fire back, but it's late in Jerusian stock, which you might never get to since they are the hardest to increase. That, and it doesn't have a lot of rounds. You'd be lucky if it has enough to burst shoot once. That's just Sag. Even with 2 free reloads from Heroic and Talent, I'd rather stack loads of flak damage and have my bullets, thank you. Alright, well, let's see. Solomorn. I don't care about... that, so hang on 2 seconds. Let's go do that level up, boys and girls. Oh, okay, so he's been mastered. So let's see. Oh, okay, so he's mastered soldier. Okay. And so features, archetypes. So overseer, we get a brother in arms. Excellent. Next. Fellowship and coercion. We want overcharge 3. Then we want Oh, Arbites physical training. And instant retribution. Where is that? Ah. And then we have ballistic skill, obviously. And then we have demolition. Then we have bite. And then we have rite of calibration. Don't know what that does. Then we have characteristic training toughness. Makes sense. Okay, and then we have toughness, demolition, characteristic training ballistic skill. Fair enough. And yes, I know I should figure this stuff out myself, but that's not me. Dual weapon combat. Interesting choice. And overcharge 2. Perfect. Complete. And then exemplar leveling guide, because we are fully leveled up. So we start out with eager for battle. And grenadier. Then we get coercion. And shotgun mastery. Fair enough. Then we get toughness. Okay. He's a tank. And obviously it will not die. And then we get dash and coercion. Professional know-it-all. Professional know-how. Oh, my back. And ready to serve. Excellent. And we get ballistic skill. And then we get tactical damage. And then we get strategic adaptation and ballistic skill. Excellent. Then we get no heresy. He's an Arbites, one would expect. And characteristic training fellowship. Interesting. I actually haven't looked into the Arbites class, so I don't know too much about how she rolls like that. Demolition, obviously. And invincibility. Cool. 10. We get one, okay. 11 is integrity. Okay. And demolition, alright. Then tenderize. And awareness, thank you. Then autonomous medkit. That's a new one. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Ballistic skill, okay. And then toughness and awareness. Got it. Got it. Then cataclysm. Fair enough. Pacification procedures. Okay. Enhanced dogmatics. Okay. And awareness. Public sentencing. And characteristic training perception. Interesting. And consolidation. Okay. And perception. And completes. Okay. Now, what does my character... What can I do with my character? Because I'm an exemplar. And that's 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55. Okay, well, normally I just take my character and give him the Abelard pass. So let's see what they recommend for Abelard. So it was the last one I got. Peak condition. Okay, where's oh, okay, so interception and peak condition. So this one, what, is doing my part? Okay. Well, taunting defense, sure, why not? Hang on. Let's just take a look at what we've got here. So we have flesh. Oh. Okay, so we are completely off the reservation on this one. I see. So we've gone completely different. Wall of Rockcrete, Wall of Ferrocrete, Carouse. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this on my own now. That's annoying. What am I specializing in? Coercion? I think my athletics is pretty high. Let's go coercion. Why not? And then I would like to have some shield perks, but I honestly do not remember what my abilities are. So, um, you know what? I'll take defensive stance. Yes, please. Well, hang on. What is defensive maneuvers? Okay, that's an interesting one. Oh, okay, I get that. Hmm. Should I take follow my lead? Yeah, let's do a little bit of toughness. Alright, we'll go with that. Okay, Argenta, you have 3 ranks. What do I do with your 3 ranks? What did I make, Argenta? The Arch-Militant? Yeah. Alright, give her Discipline and Demolition. Then, Tenderize? Okay. Tenderize and Characteristic Training Fellowship. Okay. Then dash or Devastating Attack, sure. Oh, yeah, no, not Devastating Attack. Okay, so I'm just gonna go Concentrated Fire. And Fellowship, okay. I'll take it. Complete. You know what? I'm gonna finish leveling up after, because this is gonna take a while, because I actually have to sit here and think about it. Alright. Let's do it. I think I messed up here. Oh, I see. It sent us back. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, that's right, we're on a feudal world. Is that a hurdy-gurdy? I think it's a hurdy-gurdy. Oh god, Pascal is gonna freak these people out. A richly dressed man riding a sinewy horse breaks off from the procession. When he approaches, you immediately notice a strange detail. The man's face is pinned to his head with precious fastenings that stretch the skin across his skull. Celestial guests, there is no higher honor for us than to extend our hospitality to such noble eminences. His Celestial Highness, the rogue trader, and an illustrious judicator of the Imperium. All of Thacera clamors, trembles, and jeers. Rollo, the fair-faced governor of Thacera, at your service. I thank you for the courteous welcome, Governor. However, we have come to address a grave concern. But of course, your Celestial Highness, it would be my pleasure to discuss whatever topic you have in mind. That said, you had such a long and perilous journey behind you. Like any self-respecting host, I must first propose... Oh god, are we about to get ambushed? We're about to get ambushed out of dialogue, aren't we? Bluff the court fool. Alright, I need to see what this man looks like. Yeah, that don't look suspicious at all. That grin on his face. A smaller figure steps out of the rider's shadow, dressed in the motley attire of a court fool and wearing a sneering mask. My name is Bluff. I am Lord Roldo's good mood. I tickle his governorship with well-spouted jests and itty-bitty gossip. And now I merely doff my cap to our celestial lords and ladies and hand them here this key to Thasera as a token of our boundless loyalty. The fool bows and offers you his gift. Thank you, Bluff. The fool parts with his offering, then jumps away with an irritated giggle. A large key embossed with the Thasera coat of arms embossed on its head. I see. Being the paragon of grace that he is, would my celestial lord perhaps also deign to feast his ears on the latest Tharasian gossip to go with my gift? Look at the governor. The governor's heavy gold-stitched jacket adds a certain presence to his figure, but it cannot hide how poor of a rider he is. The way his boots dig into the horse's sides, his hands fiddling with the reins, his trembling fingers, all speak of nervousness and a lack of self-control. Nod to Solomon. Enough! According to Data Protocol Calixus Sigma UX 11-4, this Mu-class planet type Pharaoh. Astamer rate. Astamer? E874 with an assigned tithe grade aptus non, meaning no tithe collected, to exactus extremis, the harshest of tax burdens. Of soluto extremis has not provided the has not provided its due tithe amount in full. You have violated the Lex and are hereby under investigation. You are to present all related customs reports and shipping manifests immediately. The proctor's voice carries no emotion, and Gleito silently bares his teeth, completing the image of the implacable hand of justice. Oh, Gleito silently bares his teeth, completing the image of the implacable hand of justice that has arrived on Thasera. I am most flattered by your attention, esteemed Judicator, and by this opportunity to serve the Imperium with even greater dedication than before. Speaking of dedication, we are already conducting a thorough inspection to see which scribe it was that bungled the tithe calculation. Fear not, the scoundrel shall soon be. Excuses are the hallmark of the guilty. Do not make your situation worse, Governor. Roldo clasps his hands together and says meekly, Of course, Master Judicator, I will provide you with all the documents as soon as our internal review is complete. I assure you, it won't take long, and the reports itself will be exhaustive. I believe there is something else the esteemed Governor wished to say. Thank you, Your Celestial Highness. We know your journey must have been arduous, and it must have been... We know your journey here must have been an arduous one. As a sign of our appreciation, we have prepared a veritable constellation of enjoyments in your honor. We humbly invite you to taste our amasek along with our finest dishes, and may you likewise savor some of the local entertainment. One of the court ladies will accompany you, so as to not let even a single word or wish of yours linger without attention. Interesting. That jewel on her, a jewel that she wears, I wonder what that is. A thin woman emerges from the torchlight, looking at you with a mixture of fear and awe. Her diminutive figure is practically drowning in her velvet and silk dress, and a resplendent necklace. See, even the game mentions it. And a resplendent necklace of blue stone adorns her neck. Maeve, my celestial lord, at your service. Solomon leans closer and says in a lowered voice, "Based on my experience, I would say we have been assigned a spy under the pretense of generosity. But this is a good thing. We will use this young woman as a source of information about the world. For now, it would be wise to play along and question her thoroughly once we are away from prying ears." "Relax, Maeve. Just pretend that you're giving a good friend a tour of the palace." Maeve smiles sheepishly. "I'm afraid that is easier said than done, my Celeste." Which is technically true. I mean, this is a rogue trader. This is a rogue trader. People who have near limitless power compared to many, well, compared to 99.9% of the Imperium, this is a person who has near limitless power. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she was a little bit on the nervous side. Maeve smiles sheepishly. "I'm afraid that is easier said than done, my celestial lord. It would be like trying to imagine a mighty sun as a tiny ember. But I will do my best not to anger you by acting too nervous." "Very well. I'd like to see what this place has to offer." I can tell by what I'm hearing that our executioner has already lit up the Phesmorpheus. Ready to What? Phesmorpheor. Okay, I need to look this up. How do you even pronounce that? This is an actual word. Phesmorpheus. Okay, what is the definition? Phesomophorius. Okay, looks like a random word. Okay. But apparently the AI was able to figure out the pronunciation. Alright, let's go with it. Alright, I can tell by what I'm hearing that our executioner has already lit up the Phesmophorius, ready to give the condemned a warm welcome. Which means the governor's official whisper collector, that's me, has a whole lot of important business to get to. And so I must leave you now, good sirs and ladies, lest I miss out on a hot batch of juicy tears. Terribly pleased to meet you all honored judicator. Bluff grasps Solomon's hand and gives it a vigorous shake. I'm scared he's going to lose that hand, but okay. Before you can even blink, the cybermastiff behind him sinks its teeth into Bluff's forearm, jerking it back and forth in a fury. The attack lasts for only a moment, but when Glyto lets go, the fool's limb is already torn to shreds. With a cry of pain, Buff leaps away and melds into the roiling cloud. Solomon ruffles Glyto's neck and turns to you. Feudal worlds are rarely known for their bureaucratic precision. Reconnaissance on the grounds will tell us more than any report hastily scribbled down by these blockheads. I suggest we attend to this trial and see how the laws of this planet are enforced. First I will inspect every nook and cranny in this place. If it will help the investigation, we should not dally. I am pleased to see that you prefer to continue our mission over all the idle pastimes of this world. Solomon looks at the crowd staring at you in wonder and trepidation. So, Celestial Lord, your coming is historic. Your coming is a historic event for these people. They'll be watching your every step, and your actions may well transform their lives on this underdeveloped world. Thanks for letting me know my decisions will have consequences. One second. I'm just going to... What? Why? What's going on? Oh, thank God. I just looked at Twitch and it looked like it wasn't transmitting. One second, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. Just a little bit more rot gut. Well, not rot gut. It's actually quite a good brand of scotch, but refill my glass. No, not refill, but you know, everything in moderation, ladies and gentlemen. All right. No, don't exit the desktop. Okay. Let's talk to Maeve quickly. Noticing your gaze, Maeve turns to you. My celestial lord, she hesitates before continuing. They say you are the God Emperor's anointed. Have you truly seen him? Alas, no. Our God Emperor resides on Holy Terra, many light centuries from here. To behold him is a privilege denied to all but a few. Maeve lets out a forlorn sigh. I wish I could see him, but I am sure his splendor is so dazzlingly bright that one glance upon his vistage is enough to blind a person on the spot. Oh, pardon me. You probably wanted to ask me something, didn't you? Solomorn casts a quick glance around as if looking for someone, then nods at you confidently. Tell me about Bluff, the fool. How did he win the governor's favor? He is the best among all court servants. Maeve looks down, but you catch the fear in her eyes. He always knew how to make noble lords laugh, but at first, Dane's jokes were just funny pranks and puns. Those were wonderful, almost impossible times. Okay. Persuasion. Cassia, thank you. Something happened and Dane changed, did he not? That is his name, yes? Yes, he seemed to retreat into himself all of a sudden, and he started snapping back at people, saying sarcastic, scathing things. His jokes were simple before, but now there was always a nasty bite to them, and he started exploding at every little thing and ordering me about, my own brother. Having said all this, she freezes in fear, turning white as a sheet. Apologies for my lack of restraint. For a brief moment, a deep wrinkle cuts across Solomorn's forehead. So your brother is not his usual self. The world is a tangled web, indeed. Well, that's interesting. How do you find living at the governor's court? I dare not complain, my celestial lord. Lesser nobles, such as myself, sometimes receive punishment for angering our lords. That is good, in a way. I think it makes me cleaner and brighter on the inside. It helps me to better serve the God Emperor, the holder of the key to all destinies. Maeve makes the sign of the Aquila and turns a reverent gaze upon you. Oh, you called the Emperor holder of... You called the Emperor the holder of the key to all destinies. Why? Forgive me if I have said something wrong, my lord. Preacher Antiochus said that the God Emperor holds the keys to all destinies in his celestial hand. He himself sits at the very top of the great tower of humankind. From there, gazing out over the worlds and stars of his domain, he sees all, knows all, and a bloody tear rolls down his cheek when he reads our shameful thoughts and deeds in the annals of our lives. But those who strive, who do not let the seed of evil into their hearts, he will reward with a new destiny, a new life higher and better than the one before. With a turn of his key, he unlocks the dungeon of their souls. I live in hope that one day you will come to my door. Maeve's smile is one of sad resignation. How fascinating. And what are you going to do? And what are you going to do to get a better destiny? I can hope. Pray earnestly, try to be virtuous and diligent, and if I manage to please the Celestial Lord, then maybe, just maybe, the Emperor will take notice. Let us continue our walk. As you wish, Celestial Lord. So that's one of the regional variations of the... This is our chapel, where we pray to the Emperor, holder of the key of all destinies. To all destinies. The bell in its tower can ring so loud it makes your ears pop. I hope not actually pop. There's gonna be a lot of deaf people around here. Ah, it's tab.
It's about time.
I think we have a horse escort.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Let's collect that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Pet the horsey. Pet the horsey! Oh, that's interesting. Lady Noella's rotting face. No amount of whitener can fix that. They say the poor soul has been trying to cover her sores with lime wash, the kind they use for walls.
Stop! There!
What? Where what? There where what? Oh. I'm impressed, Argenta. You saw that all the way from up there. Oh, God. As you approach, the nobles bow respectfully. They're sewn on... What is with sewn on faces? Their sewn on faces wrapped tightly around their skulls, and their eyes gleam with earnest subservience. One dares to address you. O Celestial Lord, grace us with your regard. When my brother and I heard of your arrival, we immediately sought to surprise you with an exceptional gift. The ancient scrolls tell of wonder, a mechanical sage by the name of Kogekor. It knows the answers to all question and can make machines do its bidding. It may even predict the future. My brother and I have borne many a hardship, but we managed to acquire this magic contraption for our much-cherished guest. The box in front of you, presumably the Kogakor they speak of, exudes a strong odor of ritual oils. Made of thin planks, it is covered in so many purity seals that it seems to be held together by them alone. A stack of flimsy, rough paper lies atop it, and there is a mica panel with malachite buttons attached to the front. A thin slit is visible among the buttons. After a chrono-turn of heavy silence, Pascal finally intones, I am registering an act of imitation of sanctity. This cultural phenomenon is typical of underdeveloped tribes. I also anticipate the discovery of cave pictograms dedicated to the divine arrival of the more advanced units. Awareness 100%. Who's got that one? Argenta, listen to the sounds coming from the box. There is a barely audible breathing coming from the box. Whoever inside wants very much not to be noticed. Glyto stalks towards the box and bares his fangs, while Solomorn frowns grimly at the device. Really? Then again, what else do you expect from this ignorant world? Unseal the box and let this poor soul out at once. Who? What poor soul? I do not. The young nobleman addressing you withers under the scathing gaze of his partner. As you command, my celestial lord, forgive us. We wished only to delight you by reproducing an otherworldly miracle we had read about in an ancient chronicle. I will inform the governor of your stunt. I hope that a few dozen lashes will teach you to respect the Omnissiah. We dare not defy the Celestial Lord. Damn right. Okay, so what was I... Oh, okay. Okay, I think I see. Okay.
The Vizier.
Judging by his attire, the man was of high social standing. Someone has carefully and skillfully peeled this... So, this is all... Okay, so, let me just pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just pause here for a second. This has already... you know, given me a niggling feeling in the back of my mind. That, like, the stitched-on face thing, and the whole thing about rotting faces and whitener and all that kind of stuff. Something is going on here, and now it can be a couple of things. It can be a couple of things. First off, there's juvenate treatments in the Warhammer 40k universe, which is basically youthfulness surgery or youthfulness drugs or youthfulness whatever treatments that can arrest the aging process, extend your life, and, you know, make you look younger. So this could simply be, you know, as we saw here, this Kogakor, or whatever they called it, I can't remember, they were attempting to imitate that. So, you know, it's, they were attempting to imitate that. So, this whole thing with cutting people's faces off, well, macabre to us, might be this world's way of trying to imitate the juvenate treatments that they see. They know that there is something going on that allows the powerful in society to remain youthful and look beautiful. So this might be their way to mimic that, or to not mimic it, but to attempt to replicate it in their own odd way. However, considering the face I saw, well, I don't know. It looked like there was the mask and then there was the face underneath. Considering what I saw earlier, it could be that there is something more insidious going on, and the cutting off of the faces... If I were to register a guess, it would be either Slanesh, but I'd be more likely to say Zinch. I would be more likely to say Zinch for that one. Because, you know, the changer of ways, that kind of stuff. You know, trickery is one of the things he's good. One of the things he's sort of, but you know, like I said, it could just be, you know, but it's sticking in the back of my mind as an important fact.
Excellence matters.
Cyber Raven key. Ooh. Yes, please. Who's there? Is that the Celestial Lord? You shouldn't have come here. Fates become tangled in this place. Faces change. Who knows if by nightfall you won't have lost... Okay! There's something deeper going on! Just a piece of advice. Beware the shimmering blue, or else you'll end up like... Gorgeous Faults. Gregorious Faults. Okay.
Victory awaits.
Beware the Okay, so Maeve, that necklace you have on.
I did fine. I rise to the occasion.
Oh, I just opened up a shortcut, okay. Awesome! Bloody Sacrament, one-handed weapon, melee. Is it better than what I have? No. But I will take it, nonetheless.
Follow my lead.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. Operation successful.
Wait. The blacksmith has somehow managed to forge shells and casings. These do not belong in the feudal world, but there is no doubt as to what they... Is he making bolter rounds? Every order I get is for these thimbles again. What? Okay, so somebody's making bolter rounds.
New challenge for me.
Interesting.
As it should be.
The horse glances at you with an odd curiosity. One of them pulls its muzzle closer and clacks teeth, almost too greedily and hungrily for a harmless herbivore. The enormous gate is locked fast. Okay.
Let us see what I found.
Yes, indeed. Let's.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Okay. Oh, it's another shortcut. Okay, I get it. Ah! Xenos. Cyber. Who say what now? Everything is free on this festive day. I was wondering if I was going to get in trouble for that, but...
As a child, I was captivated by the chronicles of the feudal world Urban II. Knights clad in shining armor riding their fine steeds, battling enemies of humanity, and holding feasts after their victories. But this world has only grey and mud.
You sound
The
like...
same is true for many worlds in the Imperium, Lady Cassia. You should accustom yourself to that fact.
You sound like such a girl, Cassia. It's adorable. Oh, this could be interesting.
None shall stand in my way.
Are we gonna get an old-fashioned witch burning? Tadua the Scorched. You see a man with a cruel grimace on his face and hands disfigured with burn marks. Behind him stands a ghastly-looking mechanism adorned with a polished skull of gigantic proportions. The eye sockets, their edges melted, gaze darkly at the crowd with the promise of inevitable punishment. The man, clearly executioner, bows his head. The very messengers of the sky have come to decide our fate. We are honored, your celestial highness. Who are you? I am Tadua the Scorched, a slaughterman of the 5th generation and humble disciple of the Iron Saint you see before you, your celestial highness. Master Tadua knows no mercy, and his hand is unfailingly firm in the sacred cause of administering justice. Maeve is careful to keep her posture straight, but her frightened gaze is deliberately averted from both the executioner and the mechanism behind him. And what is this structure? This instrument of punishment is a personification of the great Fesimorius, of the great Fesimorius the martyr, who accomplished the legendary feat of slaying 300 heretics. As is glorious tradition, all mutants who affront the Emperor's gaze and stain the face of Thessera must enter the saint's iron embrace. Whenever justice is served, hundreds flock to the Fesimorius, eager to witness the magnificent spectacle. You have just confessed that your semblance of justice serves not as a demonstration of lawful authority and deterrence to your subjects, but as entertainment. Solomon utters the last word with disgust, if there could be no fouler profanity, which, to be fair, making justice entertainment is profaning justice itself. In a way. Many ways. Almost all the ways. Anyway, I mean, making justice entertainment is basically daytime talk shows, I think, of level of... I don't know where I'm going with this, leave me alone. And to be fair, I speak out my ass here, because I don't watch daytime television or talk shows or anything like that. I've rid myself of the curse of television a long, long time ago. Who's inside right now? Another heretic who violated the holy laws of Thessera, and... since his body is already turning to dust, such will be the fate of his name as well, to be scattered to the winds, that he may never again defile the lips of any who live upon our sacred world. Never again defile the lips. Maeve looks ready to faint. She seems both terrified and nauseated by this sacred rite that has drawn so many onlookers. The law of the Imperium punishes those who deserve it. Was that the last of the accused for the day? That was but one of the first bodies set to stoke the Fesimorius. It is going to get a lot busier now. As if to confirm the man's words, the fire-breathing saint expels a puff of acrid smoke. While the guilty are being reduced to ashes, let us meet the next participants in our performance. Two people, or something resembling people, are pushed onto the stage. They are mutants, hideous parodies of humanity, forever tainted by the imperfections of the flesh. One of them is dressed in stained yet expensive clothes. The other wears the tattered uniform of the local guards. Your Celestial Highness, behold, two loathsome heretics who blemish the very face of Thessera with their existence. Tadua chuckles, but his sneer is completely devoid of mirth. The degree of their guilt may vary, but they both deserve to enter the blazing bowels of the Fesimorius for the worst of their transgression, distorting the sacred face of humanity. Okay. But since fate has graced us with such lofty visitors, I eagerly cede the right to punish these miscreants to you, your Celestial Highness. Contrary to his honeyed words, the executioner's voice betrays his poorly concealed displeasure. Cassia purses her lips when she notices the onlookers staring at their hands, eyes, and neck. Many point their at her hands, eyes, and neck. Many point their fingers shamelessly in her direction, others spit at their feet in disgust. Her chin is raised high, the lady navigator adjusts her forehead adornment with her clawed hands. She squares her shoulders, lets out a breath, and glares at the crowd with condescension. What do you mean by the degrees of their guilt may vary? Tadua fixes you with a fanatical stare. One of them, despite being one of the highest lords of Thessera, spat on our world's customs by refusing to alter his destiny. This whole thing about changing destiny is, yeah. This is really pinging my radar here. The other did change his fate, even though he was just a lowborn wallowing in the mud. What in the Lex's name did I just hear? Solomon raises his voice slightly, indicating that the usually impassive arbiter is profoundly indignant. I normally have no trouble passing judgment, but in this case I don't even know where to start. What was the opulently dressed mutant scribe? Ah, a rotten stain upon the noble families. He was hiding in his manner to conceal his deformities, but had trouble keeping his mouth shut, proliferating filth in tracts that he later sent out with his servants. He declared the choice of one's own fate to be slavery. He declared the choice of one's own fate to be slavery. Cast aspersions on the very traditions of the world. Was insolent, swore profanely, condemned those who had chosen a new destiny. Luckily, he has no heirs, and today this cursed bloodline shall be put to rest once and for all. The richly garbed mutant moans something. You notice stitches on his disfigured face. The zealous servants were evidently in a hurry to silence the condemned man early, and sewed his twisted mouth shut. What did this mutant in the guard's uniform do? A thief, a brigand, and a murderer! There is no way to list all crimes lying upon this freak's conscience. However, his willingness to change his destiny against all odds merits this mutant at least some honor. Despite his feeble-mindedness and simplicity, he had enough sense to obscure his countenance with hoods and helmets, until he made his way from beggar to guard. It was not long before his excessive passion for fighting and stabbing gave him away. Interesting. The mutant utters a foul curse under his breath, then immediately gives you a frightened look and falls silent. The near sight of a celestial lord seems to instill a reverent awe in the common denizens of Thessera. What say you, May? Which of these two deserves to die? Maeve's gaze darts fearfully around while visibly avoiding the doomed mutant on the platform. I am of too low a birth to take the burden of being a judge, my celestial lord. You praise the lowborn mutant despite the vicious acts he has committed? They are both mutants, and have thereby violated his law, yet when one finds a spark of nobility in an abject commoner, one cannot help but feel a grain of respect for them. The heretic may be of low birth, but he does not flout the values of Thessera the way the nobleman does, and thus honors our traditions and his will. Born into the rabble, he applied all his abilities and skills, defied the restraints placed upon him, and crushed those who stood in his path, all in order to forge a new destiny for himself. Freedom to change destiny? Solomon repeats slowly with an undertone of utter disbelief at what he is hearing. Even you, a degenerate, should know that everyone has their place in the God Emperor's plan from birth, and that any attempt to violate that to change that is a violation of his will. I have a minor issue with that statement, because from what I remember, anyone can join a planetary PDF. Like, even I remember somewhere either hearing about or reading about there were people in the Underhives who could join the PDF to get out of poverty. And assuming they joined the PDF, and assuming that they perform well, they could even join the Imperial Guard, which is arguably of a higher calling than just a crook inside the inside the Underhive. So the idea that so it's just a question of how they talk about destiny here. So if they mean that it was like your destiny, like that you were born as the lowest peasant, the lowest slave, but you managed to rise through natural abilities and are recognized, and like that was the God Emperor's destiny for, like if that's what he means, and then you're changing the God Emperor's. I honestly don't know. I'm ready to announce my decision. The word of a distinguished guest is law. We are all trembling with anticipation. Maeve seemed to have reined in the emotions that were overtaking her, and she casts a timid glance at you as she awaits the verdict. Yeah, the commoner must be sent to the furnace, the nobleman is to be set free. The furnace? The furnace? All those scandalous misdeeds, and one heretic will make such lovely sparks. Behold the starfall! The fool's slimy joke is followed by laughter as the crowd anticipates the coming spectacle. Padua gives you a dark look as if reluctantly, and through gritted teeth, he forces out the words. As if reluctantly, and through gritted teeth, he forces out the words, His Celestial Highness has spoken. May the flames of Saint Phesmophorius purify you, heretic. Padua glares at the surviving mutant with loathing. Get out, and praise His Celestial Highness for granting you life you do not deserve. The crowd around you starts jeering, and the mutant scurries away in haste. Cassia peers into the black pits of the Phesmophorius' eyes, and with a strange expression on her face whispers softly, When they give you an order like that, do not look away. Keep watching until the end, so that you remember the price that was paid, so that you remember the weight of your words. Ignoring the raging fire within the Phesmophorius, Argenta studies the crowd. All of them came here to taste of other people's pain, not to praise his justice. There is a pack of dogs slavering for a fresh bone. And now my favorite word, next. See, one guy, like, my judgment here was that one of them was a murderer. He was a murderer, he was a thief. That, like, rising through the ranks does not excuse what you've done. Simply being, like, a mutant does not excuse that. I'm not gonna burn a mutant. Well, whatever. A pale, bony creature, barely able to move its legs, enters the stage. In place of a mask, it turns a horrific medley of features towards the world. This ugliness, however, is nothing like that of the previous convicts. The thin, squeamishly twisted mouth is fused to the cheekbones. Malicious eyes peer into the crowd from under hideous folds of skin. The face of this heretic appears to have melted and congealed. What happened to his face? Is he another mutant? Thessarian fever. You need not worry, Your Celestial Highness. It is not contagious. Now, what is this heretic guilty of? The executioner does not answer right away, but makes you wait for a moment. His crime is more grievous than any the scaffold has ever seen. He was granted a new destiny, but chose to defy it. He turned away from the greatest gift that can be offered to the loyal sons and daughters of Thessera. The wretched man's gaze drifts over the crowd until his piercing eyes meets yours. His head twitches and his face contorts in a monstrous grimace. Shut up! Shut up before it gets in. I won't give up. I won't give it up. I won't. Wait, shut up before it gets in. He whispers in a sudden frenzy. I won't give up. I won't give it up. I won't. Oh, no, 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 no. We did not come for you to stay quiet. Squeal now and squeal louder. The crowd takes up the fool's outburst and begins demanding more screams. Cabela whispers without taking her eyes off the condemned man. You are not a master of your own shadow, but the shadows reign over you. You are alone while they are many, but they are wide. Who's that blasted court fool? You glance at the crowd and suddenly see the fool prancing and flitting among the gawkers, clearly trying not to be spotted by you. No, to Solomorn. It's time to teach this gathering a lesson. Without uttering a word, the Arbiter draws his weapon. A shot rings out, and a deafening shriek rises from the throng of people. You catch sight of a badly wounded fool disappearing into the crowd. Damage taken. Bluff the court fool, 18. Maeve cries out in horror and immediately clasps her mouth with both hands, trying to lock her voice inside. Okay, that's not what I expected. Hang on. I thought we were going to do something else, but okay. Laughter bubbles up from the crowd. The audience appreciates your gracious yet mocking remark. The fool makes an angry sound and flees to the cackling of bystanders. Thank you, my celestial lord. Maeve's voice is barely audible. She smiles at you in a small, sad way. What happened to his face? Is he another mutant? No, I think we did that. Enough deaths, let him go. Just execute this one already so we can be done for today. See, I'm not quite sure what's going on here, because... Yeah, enough deaths. As the duo opens his mouth to say something, a convict takes a step on his clumsy, spindly legs, and then another one. The face, pretty, strong, and shining. A gnarled claw points directly at you. Give it here. Give it to me now instead of the one I bear. Take mine. It's not mine. Take it. Take it. The madman raises his crooked finger to his face and sinks his nails into his sagging flesh. Shrieking with what sounds like relief, he tears off a piece of his cheek. Another, then one more. Falling to his knees, he frantically scratches his own eyes out, smearing blood and clear ichor across his face before collapsing, dead on the platform. A sudden rumble draws your attention, like a rockfall tumbling down the slope. The thudding of feet and mad screams overwhelm you. After a moment, you see the source of the commotion. A throng of mutants is charging straight at you.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
I will fight if I must.
Mercy. It's never good. Never good. I keep thinking that mercy is a good thing, but it's not.
For now. If I may,
Hang on, don't do that quite yet.
isn't this a job for the serfs?
Move that down there, move that over there, move that over there.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Doubt is for the weak. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Eradicate it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
your death in colors.
Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. For you. God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
You'll regret
Each
this.
strike is
Sorry.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I will not! None can escape the Emperor's judgment. This is why I was chosen! As the Emperor commands, I eradicate it.
Fair enough. Your Celestial Highness, apologies for my late arrival. I wasted a great deal of time in idle squabbles with that oaf of a treasurer as he was looking for the shipment chronicle. I only heard about the attack after it had already begun, and the elevator might as well not have been moving at all. It was so slow. The treasure, the elevator. Who are you going to blame next, Governor? Are you the ruler of this world or a casual onlooker? You will take measures immediately to restore order, or I will conclude that you are sabotaging the rogue trader's visit, either by intent or simply due to your own ineptness. The governor babbles in fear. I never thought. He takes a deep breath. The culprits, of course. The culprits will face execution post-haste, my celestial lord. Survey the square. An oppressive silence hangs over the previously bustling plaza. The people are taking in the carnage, clearly avoiding looking at you, but still catching your every word. You notice Maeve standing nearby, gazing around her with horror in her eyes. Find those responsible, and bring them to me. The condemned mutants broke loose and attacked the townsfolk. It has been a long, long time since anything like that happened. Your Celestial Highness, they must have sniffed out that today is a special day. The executioner's lip curls split by a blow during the fight. The commander was responsible for guarding them. He got careless. His armor rattling, one of the knights steps forward. I am Lucra, commander of the fortress. I can attest that the ungodly mutants were restrained properly. It's the Fesmorius. The smoke whipped the brutes into a frenzy. So it was either the commander or the executioner. Then I shall now make my decision. My celestial lord, I swear on my life that my knights and I did everything we could to keep you safe. Who could have foreseen that the Fesmorius, after gorging itself on miscreants, would start driving the mutants mad with its smoke? Lies! The Fesmorius does not taunt heretics. It fills them with terror. To shift blame for your own failure into the sacred weapon of justice is a heinous crime in and of itself. There has been enough death. I will order no executions. The commander and the executioner stop their bickering and turn their eyes to you in astonishment. They quickly recover, however, and offer you their deepest bows, maintaining a solemn silence. You are our savior today, your celestial highness, and in gratitude please accept this personalized sword from my treasury. Fatebringer once decided the outcome of our feuds. It killed the rebel leader, and peace has reigned on the planet ever since. I thank you, Roldo. The governor bows at your feet. Look at Maeve. As after putting herself in order, Maeve catches your eye and looks away shyly. Her lips bear a poorly concealed smile of relief. It appears your celebration is over, Governor. Not in the least. I will not let some beasts ruin everything we have worked so hard to prepare. I suggest we distance ourselves from this place and return to our corner of revelry and peace. By your leave, I'll be waiting for you at the head table. Oh God, Emperor, give me strength. Swallowing noisily, the governor hurriedly departs the scene of the slaughter. It amazes me that idiot just underpaid the tithe and did not somehow lose the whole planet as well. Solomon pauses, pensively watching the governor leave. Fine, a feast it is. I am sick of the stench of burnt meat. Let's try a change of scenery. Her face pale, Maeve raises a hand. My celestial lord. It is only a few steps away. The noble lords are already lifting their glasses in their savior's honor, awaiting your arrival. Shall we proceed? We could, but... Loot the bodies. I love that. That is perfect. Yes, it's just a feudal sword. Very well. Oh, what shields do they have here? Yes, and all shields should be, yeah.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I'm ready.
Solomon. What do we do for you? You must have Shield Master already. Okay, interesting. That is a commissar's cloak. Man, my back is griping at me today. Not much else I can do. Yeah, sure, why the hell not?
It's about time. Excellence matters.
Okay, let me take a look at this. I'm impure, and my body is impure. Vital fluids, not my own, are stirring within me, as those wood-boring beetles were digging their filthy tunnels through my frame. I must destroy this vice. I must squeeze it out. It is customary to replace an old vessel. I have replaced my rotten cage with chambers of gold, yet I still feel filthy, for if the contents are spoilt, and not merely... If the contents are spoilt, and not merely the shell, then what can be done to achieve redemption? My face is burning, a borrowed face, a weak face. I must take off the fetters of my skin, and cleanse my inner side of vice, and take it away, O Emperor, take it away and give me a new cage. Okay.
Done.
I do what I must.
Key. I saw somebody with a name, so I want to go talk to them.
Victory awaits!
Tavris, the sculptor. The sculptor's mechanical hands crawl over the rough stone, their many-jointed metal fingers remaining in constant motion. Even now, you recognize your own features in the unfinished piece. It seems someone commissioned a statue of you at the moment you set foot on the planet. The old man turns his wrinkled face to you and sees crystals, and you see crystals where his eyes should be. Is my celestial lord here to gaze upon his destiny? Alas, my creation is not yet complete. Who are you? Oh my god! Are they just doing a straight commissar, or are they actually trying to imitate... No, they're not doing any of my gear, they're just doing straight commissar. Awesome! A humble creator, the governor's first sculptor, Tavros the sculptor turns his head to you, but you see no pupils in his crystal ocular augmetics. What can you tell me about the materials you are working with? This is Thacertium, a fascinating stone born from the bowels of this planet. Like any other kind, it bends and melts beneath the sculptor's tool, but for the sculptor to come to life in earnest, they must... Oh, but for the sculpture to come to life in earnest, they must put their very soul into it. One of his hands emerges from behind the statue and gently touches his head, seemingly of its own volition. The soul, however, obtains calluses the more the sculptor works, and mine has long since become covered in scabs. I do not understand. Are you a psyker? My Lord Governor calls me a foreteller and creator. Others a wicked sorcerer. A psyker. But there is no cause for concern. My abilities are sanctioned, and I am pure before the Emperor's celestial eye. He gestures at the tubes on the back of his head as if to prove the truth of his words. Your hand augmetics are most impressive. Such implants are impossible to come by on a feudal world. Where are you from? Lord Roldo had my limbs replaced before he took me from my home planet. It was so long ago I have since forgotten what my land is like to touch. The sculptor's mechanical arms are pierced by sticky tubes, and the elbow joints have all but worn down. It must have been a decade since these implants were last serviced. Such neglect often poses a serious threat to the person's life, and yet the old man's skin looks relatively healthy and the spots were flesh and metal meat. Lore warp test failed. This old man is not yet rotted. This old man is not yet rotted alive. It is stroke of luck. Who failed it? Damn it! That was me. Did you capture the governor's destiny in sculpture too? His mouth stretches into a cryptic smile. I have made thousands of statues for Roldo, but Thacera's stone flesh can never seem to state his great ambitions. Oh. I'm here to look at the sculpture. What has my destiny got to do with it? When I sculpt, your celestial highness, I see people's destiny in the forms I create. The visions that come to me shape not only the stone, but the person's fate as well. Your image was indistinct when it appeared before me, and my work is not yet done. What do you wish to behold? All that I am accomplishing in the present. The sculptor's hands scuttle over the stone like huge metal spiders. Somehow, his sightless gaze perceives exactly those details of your appearance that you are proud of the most. Your destiny will soon be complete, my lord. I will have delivered to you your celestial vessel. Seth gained the story so far effect, duration permanent. Your life's path has been carved into stone, one who lives in the present but has no reason to fear the future. But sooner or later, the future catches up with everyone. Increases the character's fellowship until the end of the mission on Thacera. Ooh. The old sculptor once more turns his unseeing gaze to the patterns in the stone before him. May, bring me a cup of amasec, and make sure it's filled to the brim, comes an unexpected order from Solomorn. It will be done, my Lord Judicator. Solomorn waits until Maeve is some distance away, then turns to you. I wanted to talk to you without the observer they have attached to us overhearing. He casts a sweeping glance around the courtyard and lowers his voice. Do you get the sense that what is happening raises question that the... Do you get the sense that what is happening raises questions that lack coherent answers? Do you get the sense that what is happening raises questions that lack coherent answers? Yes. I am easy unwell. My God, what is wrong with my English today? My reading comprehension is failing me. Actually, give me another second. I need to go get a drink of water as my throat is starting to dry up. I will be back momentarily. Well, that was annoying. I realized I forgot to fill up my decanter of water that sits in the fridge, so I basically had a small sip and all I got left is an orange, so... Alright. I am uneasy as well, on account of certain unusual circumstances. Which ones in particular? The local governor barely managed to stay on his saddle, which is odd for a local nobleman. Not too odd, considering Waldo's ravenous fondness for food and Amasek, but an astute observation nonetheless. Remember the last mutant from the public execution? Something was off about him, and it wasn't just the physical deformity. Yes, mutation is a corruption that seldom leaves a person with a sound mind, but what the madman spouted on the scaffold and what he had done to himself was beyond the pale. The local beliefs. What is this tripe about altering your destiny? The God Emperor alone knows how many different cults of him there are. No two planets worship him quite the same way, but only a heretic would wax poetic about altering a fate that was ordained by the Emperor once and for all. The fact that there was a mutant attack during a public execution with no clear evidence or cause. The attack is unlikely to have been planned. It looked too messy, shall we say. On the other hand, perhaps that's the best this backwater planet can do when it comes to plotting and scheming. I do not like the way the governor is using every means possible to stall our inquiry into the tithe. Indeed, at first one could mistake it for sycophancy, and attempt to appease the celestial guests. But the longer it goes on, the more apparent the criminal intent behind the stalling of the inevitable becomes. What's your conclusion? I have a theory, but I'd like to hear yours first, lest my opinions influence your reasoning. I'm going to play the safe bet. We're being led into a trap of some sort. Likely so, but while we are ignorant as to the nature and purpose of this trap, we have nothing concrete to go on and can only stay on guard. My hypothesis is this is not about the tithe. This is merely a pretext to keep us here long enough. But for what? We should play along for now, let them think we've taken the bait while we wait for an opportunity to seize control of the situation. For that, we need to agree on a signal to launch a coordinated attack. Lovely weather, we attack. Understood. Okay. Maeve returns, taking quick, careful steps along the paved road, brimming goblet in her hands. Your Amasek, my lord, I haven't spilt a drop. Without a word, the Arbiter hurls the drink to the pavement, then a splash of Amasek is like a scarlet... The splash of Amasek is like a scarlet wound upon the stone that has been polished by 1,000 souls. Did you have to do that, man? Oh, fix the lifter. Sure, why not?
The machine god grants me insight.
You assembled all evidence to expose the conspiracy. What evidence did I gather? I just fixed the fucking lifter.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
The governor's hand reaches for the amasec, but flinches under your gaze and abruptly changes trajectory towards the appetizers. Today is a very nervous day, Your Celestial Highness. And when I feel nervous, I eat and drink. And eat again. This is the way I am. But Emperor, have mercy. The food today is to die for. Would you have some? Wait. He's got the necklace, too. Okay. I recommend you try the fried alcedont, whose horns were still goring my hunters just the other day. And here we have some five-tailed Imperialises in stewed black eye sauce. These fellows need to be eaten quickly before they scurry off the plate. As for the side dishes, you simply must have a taste of the crispy blabbeard shell seasoned with blue gluts. The spice scorches your tongue, but follow it with some amasec and it will feel like the water of life itself. The only dish I want is called the Warped Dam Tithe, and I want it served this instant. Defeat the Blybird's shell seasoned with blue glut. You pop a fried blabbeard shell into your mouth. First one, then another, and another. The blue glut stings your tongue and throat, but Seth von Valentius is made of sterner stuff than all these milksops. Eventually you crush the last blabbeard between your jaws before wiping a napkin over your chin and tossing it victoriously off the table. You have managed to keep a stony... Aww. You've managed to keep the stony face while downing an entire dish of hot blybirds. A show of steel-hard composure increases the character's intelligence and willpower in the next combat. This is a one-time bonus. No! Incredible, but how? How did you accomplish it? My fellow revelers, let us raise our cups to the unbreakable strength of the God Emperor's emissary. The entire Thessarian nobility lifts their goblets in your honor. Athletics, okay. You sink your teeth into the greasy morsel and deftly nibble it to the bone in front of the entire court, which watches you with morbid fascination. Carnivore to the core. Yes! Now that you have prevailed over a giant leg of alcedont, is there any obstacle you cannot surmount? Increases the character's strength and toughness in the next combat. This is a one-time... God damn it. Magnificent! Not even the rock serpentid that recently ate our cobbler could match you. Unlike your celestial highness, it spent 5 entire suns chewing through... Oh god, I hope I didn't just eat a person. Chewing through him, the governor toasts you excitedly. Now that we've had some refreshments, let us talk. Verily, your celestial highness. He reaches his ring-studded hand for the goblet, but stops at the sound of Maeve's voice. My lord, remember what the physician told you. Temperance is the best cure for your ailments. I fear that you have disobeyed his wishes again today. And now I'm paying for it, with a compromised sense of balance and a regrettable inability to admire the disguised imposters. And the hunt is already in full swing. Say what now? What is this hunt you mentioned? Waldo waves a hand at Maeve. Be a darling and tell our guest about the amusements. I am a little exhausted. Of course, my lord. The imposter hunt takes place every moonlight shortly before the event. The servants are thoroughly cleansed of dirt and foulness, combed, dressed in expensive clothing and masks, and invited into the courtyard with the rest of the guests. The nobles hide their faces as well, and then, try to guess who the imposters are. Telling one from another is quite a challenge sometimes. That's not as bad as I thought it would be, I'll be 100% honest. Sorry. Just cleaning up the orange. The governor suddenly perks up again. 1 second. I completely forgot about sticky hands. I'll be right back. Because I am going to play this game. This game I am going to play. Alright, how does one find an imposter in the crowd? By the way they talk, by their lack of restraint, the unfamiliar delicacies overwhelm them so much they lose control. Imposters are often scared of the responsibility that has fallen on their weak shoulders, and they try to stay close to the real nobles and imitate their rarefied manners. During the hunt, it is most worthwhile to pay attention to separate groups where conversation has already started. A frightened imposter will probably try to hide behind other people's backs. That is all I know, Celestial Lord. Oh. Suppose I found all the imposters. What happens next? May produces a shimmering slate featuring a string of fine inscriptions. This is a data brand, one of our off-world treasures. We handle it with the greatest care, and yet all of Thasera's jewels and miracles cannot compare to the resplendence of your glory, my Celestial Lord. When you find an imposter, you need only mark them with this wondrous brand. Analyzing. This brand is the property of Idex Ventris Food Factory. It is used to mark meats of high-protein specimens on the planet's fauna. What? Grox on corpse feed. At the end of the hunt, we will hold a great feast. If you guess at least one of the imposters, you will also win a fine prize. If you guess all four, there'll be an even more special reward. I remember at one of the hunts, a servant played the role of Baron so well that all the lords unanimously granted him favor and let him keep the title and privileges of the nobility. Such a thing rarely happens, but who knows what the evening will bring. For tonight it is you who will determine the worthy, my Celestial Lord. Did you just admit that there is masquerading rabble among the Tharesian nobles? Illiterate, with no idea of how to collect tithes, or... By the throne, that actually explains so much! The proctor scoffs and glances at the enthusiastic guest. Go ahead, Governor, commence your charade. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. The Governor lets out an audible gulp. It shall be done, Master Adjudicator. I will participate in the hunt. Marvelous. As soon as you are done with your search, I will be... The governor attempts to rise from the table, but gravity proves to be his superior. Perhaps you should stay here, my lord. Maeve's gaze is full of genuine concern. I feel you may be right, Maeve. I will be waiting here, surrounded by the savory dishes and plentiful amasec. Have a fruitful hunt, your celestial highness. Oh no!
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, thank goodness.
The Emperor sets my path.
A new challenge for me?
A few nobles have gathered around an older man in a fine jacket. His eyes dart back and forth between them. I come from an honored dynasty. You can't. He keeps trying to approach someone, but they all recoil from him as if he were a leper. Lady in golden mask. The mob's instigator, a lady in a golden mask, exclaims furiously, "Oh, listen to the songs of this poor wretch. He thinks that the bath they gave him makes him look like a nobleman. Upon noticing you, the crowd parts. In a peevish voice, the woman drawls, 'We ask that our Lord Celestial Lord, brand this peasant.' Among the hushed crowd, you single out a young woman in a half-mask in a gorgeous dress who is watching intently from the side. Explain to me exactly what's going on here." The lady in the gold mask curtsies gratefully. "Your Celestial Highness, we have exposed one of the impostors. There he is, the one in the jacket, still clings to his facade. You ought to brand him, quickly." The woman who has been keeping her distance now steps closer and whispers to you, "My Celestial Lord, I'm begging you to listen to me. This man is a member of a noble family. He is being slandered." Perception, 90%. Look closely at the man. The old man is terrified. His hands are clutching an expensive cane bearing an intricate family coat of arms. "Why are you standing up for him?" She whispers quietly, "I'm just a commoner in a fancy dress, my lord. This man is my master. I know I'm supposed to be playing the part of a rich girl, but I've served many lords, you see, and Sir Timius is the only one who treats his servants with gentleness. I want to protect him from these cruel people." Address the man. "What can you say in your defense?" "My Celestial Lord knows how ruthless court intrigues can be. My family only recently attained its lawful status, and many here are opposed." He stutters, his teeth chattering in fear. "Are you aware your servant is trying to protect you, Sir Timius?" The old man adjusts his mask in surprise. His eyes scan the crowd and again come to rest on the finely dressed young woman. That's Rinka, my house servant. What is she? Protecting me, you say? She has no idea what game she's got herself mixed up in. Forgive me, my girl." His lip quivers as he grips his cane more tightly and breathes in deeply before suddenly taking a step back. Here she is, the real impossible, the house girl Renka. She admitted it herself to the Celestial Lord. The old man spits and points a finger at Renka, who shrinks away in fear. "How could you schemers even think of deceiving our supreme benefactor?" Their vulturous gaze shift to you in anticipation of your verdict. "This man is a noble. Why are you so intent on painting him otherwise?" The lady in golden mask clears her throat. "There is not a word of a lie in what we have said. This travesty of a nobleman was granted his privilege less than 100 years ago. A family of upstarts who have elevated themselves through pedalry. For any true-born noble, he is no different from a masquerading peasant." I'm ready to brand the imposter. You pissed me off. The nobles gasp while the woman stamps her foot and starts flaying around. "How dare you? I'm a descendant of a noble line. I will complain to the governor about this." You hear a few laughs. The people gathered here seem to appreciate the sheer absurdity of anyone trying to threaten you with such a complaint. I'm not in it to win it now. I'm just... That woman pissed me off. That was cool. A little bit of scenery porn there, Owlcat. I appreciate that.
Follow my lead.
Dark maroon amasec is pouring out of the ridiculously gaudy fountain. It's true. And your cup-bearer hands you a goblet filled to the brim. Have a taste, if you please, my celestial lord. The vintage has been maturing ever since we laid the cornerstone of our citadel. We tapped it to celebrate you. Do you always have amasec flowing from that fountain? By no means. Such frivolous success would only impede us in carrying out our burden of service to the Emperor. It is only on truly great days, such as today, that the fountain pours forth this noble beverage. Besides, even the sturdiest of servants could not work the pump for days on end. Well, now I just feel the pump? Naturally, my celestial lord, it requires grueling labor of dozens of sturdy workers to create an upward movement of the liquid in the pipes. It is a most useful contraption. Well, thank you. A pleasant warmth spreads through your body. The liquor is surprisingly palatable. The servant fills another cup and exclaims, "May your spirit be stronger than any amasec." The duty of a valued guest is, offer the drink to my retinue. Amasec clouds the mind and darkens the eye. I will refrain, rogue trader. Cassia's eyes widen in dismay. She stares intently at the cup, then screws up her eyes and downs the content. My throat is on fire. Request denied. I am registering a number of mind-altering substances in the preparation that act as cognitive suppressants. Pascal casts a long glance at the fountain. The layman or woman who conceived the idea of installing a poisonous fountain in a public place must be under the influence of the poison themselves. It is an honor to accept a gift from you, Daman. Cabela looks pensively at her own reflection in the cup, and then the swift motion of her hand pours the contents into her ceremonial flask. The duty of a valued guest is calling, Proctor. No, and not just because I am on a mission. Solomon studies the fountain with a critical eye. This is nothing more than carousal on a backward world. No matter how many court fools are singing our glories, there is neither the honor nor pleasure in partaking in local liquor. Come on, just one cup. Once I am back on your flagship, I will raise a glass to the success of the mission. That is, I might raise a glass of water. I think I've had enough. Party pooper.
Victory awaits.
I think, when the time comes, I'll do another complete playthrough of Rogue Trader on stream. But I think this time, I'll basically do Seth all over again. But this time, I'll probably go with Jai. Maeve, do you have anything interesting to say? Nope.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Interesting. Wait. Ah! I should have just used the map. The young noblewoman's hair is disheveled, her bodice stained with grime, and her mask pushed clumsily on top of her head. Holding her skirt high, she is trying her hardest to fight her way through the guards blocking the door. "Just let me go, please, for throne's sake," she exclaims, when the guards yet again push her aside. Loma notices you and attempts something resembling a curtsy, but stumbles and falls to her knees. "I'm done. I can't take it anymore. You're a celestial lord, aren't you? Yes, indeed I am, but you do not look much like a noble lady. I'm Edictica, I'm Edictica, your graciousness. I'm not a noble, not one bit. I just do the laundry and bleach the linens. I've never mixed in high society in my life. Forgive a fool, your graciousness. Oh. Why are you trying to escape? I want to get away before they start putting those brands on us for the tricksters. Wait, what? I want to get away before they start putting those brands on us for the tricksters. I'm no kind of trickster, can't you see? I couldn't fool a Grox. Why are you participating in the masquerade in the first place? It's not like they asked me nicely, your graciousness. They grabbed me, shoved me in this dress, and threw me in here. Nobody here was asked. But I don't want to be anybody's toy. I have 3 boys and a girl. We starch our lords and ladies' undergarments. We work our fingers to the bone just to get enough scraps for the day. She shows you her calloused heads, mottled red from chemical burns. So... Oh, yeah, why are you telling me this? According to the rules, you are meant to pose as a noble and get a reward. But I don't want no reward, my lord. I want to go back home. The woman hangs her head and clutches the lace frills of her dress. Her breathing stutters as she is racked with I'm kind of worried what kind of reward this woman is trying to get is gonna get. So what should I do with you? Gripping the frills of her fabulous dress in her coarse, white-knuckled hands, the woman looks up at you. Please, your graciousness, by the God Emperor, just let me leave. Nobody who gets put in one of these get-ups ever comes back. Nobody who gets put in one of these get-ups ever comes back. If I stay, I won't see my home again. I just know it. I haven't done anything wrong. No one ever comes... What is that supposed to mean? Just that, your graciousness, it doesn't matter if you get branded or not. Once the hunt is over, you're gone. The place is like a Grox pit. There's no way back. But I want to live. I want to be useful. Please, let me go home. You could be useful. You really don't look like an imposter at all. Guards, let her go. Lacking the courage to object to your demand, the guards reluctantly step aside. The woman turns to look back at you. You see wet trails on her guileless face. Thank you, Celestial Lord, you sweetheart. I'll never forget your kindness. She bows low and vanishes into the darkness. There is something going on here that I really don't like. Young priest, huh? Two men in clergy robes are bickering loudly. The older of the pair is eating with a great appetite, while the younger one watches him in disgust. Your overindulgence is pure hypocrisy. A true servant of faith would have abstained. The old priest shoots his companion a glance over the plate. A true servant of the faith must keep his strength up so that he may offer the God Emperor not just words, but deeds as well. Well, it depends. The young man flushes when he notices your gaze. Celestial Lord, how fortunate of your arrival. Only you can solve this conundrum and decide which of us is the true clergyman of noble birth, and which is the arrogant impostor. Oh god. Apart from their age, two men look fairly similar. All servants of the ecclesiarchy are as one in their indomitable faith. Alright, a few questions. The old priest gives you a reserved nod. Meanwhile, the younger one turns his entire body to face you, like a student being evaluated. What would you say is the role of knowledge in the Imperium? There are no barriers to learning the word of the Emperor, and to conquering all that he has given unto us. Have you read the manuscripts of our scribe Gregorius Fault? Gorgorius. Oh, not Gregorius, it's Gorgorius Fault. I hear he has left his craft behind now, but his research shines on with the light of true worship. Knowledge depraves the soul, as does reading letters that are not meant to be read. The old priest furrows his brow at the young man's passionate words. Cassia shakes her head. Their judgments are like two sides of a single coin. There is value in both, but neither one constitutes the whole. What awaits the Emperor's servant after death? Both priests ponder the question for a while. The older is the first to speak up. Should they serve faithfully, the Emperor will preserve their souls in his halls. The young priest gives you a broad and sincere smile. It is customary on Thessar to believe in sacred reincarnation. Thus, the worthy may serve the Emperor for all eternity. It's my understanding that when you die, you go to sit at the Emperor's side. This fool said he yearns for everlasting service. He does not hear the undying one laughing quietly at his words. It is not the man's destiny to serve him for eternity. It is to leave meekly when he whispers, "It's time." Lore Imperium test succeeded. You have encountered many variations of the God Emperor's cult in your time. Never have you heard of reincarnation after death. A religious teaching such as this seems strange and exotic, even for a nondescript, half-forgotten planet like Thessara. I agree! By what name are the warriors born from the blood of the Emperor's sons known? Oh. The heralds of the Celestial Master, gods among men. The young preacher's eyes are alight with awe. The Emperor's... Yes, the old priest. The Emperor's angels. They descend upon land to smite down his enemies. You see respect in the old man? Yeah, the old man is the priest. The smile vanishes from the young man's face. He gasps indignantly. Well, why? Well, yes, I did skip the lectorum once or twice, it's true. But I'm still a proper noble, I swear it on my honor. You asked me to identify who the true servant of the faith was. Piss off.
None shall stand in my way.
In the wavering torchlight, you see a glint of steel. One of the jacket-clad young men is pressing a blade against the other's ribs. A mask lies discarded at the attacker's feet. Noticing you, the trembling victim cries out, "Your Highness! Save me!" Do not interfere, outsider. This man deserves to be punished, along with all of Thessara's rotten elite. They see people as just things to be worn. Let him look me in the eyes and find out what it feels like to be cut to pieces. Huh. You realize that the weapon pressed against the victim's body is none other than a pair of expertly sharpened tailor's scissors. Solomorn casts an indifferent glance at the pair. Local folk and their strange amusements. They're not worth my time. What's going on here? The victim sucks in a ragged breath. He is a tailor from the lower city. He's gone mad. He thinks I'm wearing the face of his brother, my valet. The attacker visibly loses control. Admit it, you killed him and took his face so that you could wear it instead of a costume. I haven't heard from my brother in a moon life. Blackness has utterly enshrouded this man. How can one dispense righteous punishment in such blinding darkness? Cassia shudders and looks at... Well, thank you, Cassia. Examine the victim's face. The noble lord's features are stretched and distorted. The edges of his neck, forehead, and cheeks are fastened at the sides with fine gold thread. Peering into the nobleman's face, you realize the stretched skin is his own. You see no scars, stitches... It appears this is merely his ways of improving his looks and in imitating other people of higher standing. Okay, intervene and free the victim. You capture the scissors and deftly plunge them into the attacker's knee, sensing his tormentor's grip weakening. The victim slips free and hides behind you. This madman bribed the guards so that they would ignore my cries. I'm sure they'll be singing a different tune when they find out the Celestial Lord had to intervene personally. This man has never undergone the local face replacement procedure. He is wearing his own face. Tell me about Thessara's rotten elite. They're parasites. They tear whoever they want to pieces. These scum squeeze into a person's skin like it's a suit that's 2 sizes too small, splitting the seams in the process. The vigilante stares at you without blinking, his eyes glassy. Skin suits and splitting seams? Preposterous. Your brother was rewarded for his talents with the best assignment he could hope for. Maybe he just decided he wanted nothing more to do with you anymore. The nobleman's voice cracks. He is on the verge of tears. Your celestial highness, if such were your will, you could send the servants to the dressmaker this very moment and find this man's brother alive and well. His words are soaked in gray, with flashes of copper desperation breaking through. But of the swampy muck of deceit, I see nothing. This man has never undergone the local face replacement procedure. He's wearing his own face. Do not be deceived. Look closer. The scoundrel is simply hiding his stitches. He thinks he can trick an expert tailor, but it's a wasted effort. Tell me about this valet. The nobleman eyes his attacker fearfully. It's very simple, Your Celestial Highness. His younger brother has a way with clothes. I noticed him when I was looking for new servants, and I sent the boy to apprentice under a renowned dressmaker in the upper quarter. I thought I would make him my valet, you see, but then this fool decided that I took his brother, not because of his talent, but to use him for my rejuvenation. Why would I need a new face? I haven't even worn out my own yet. Yep. Place it on the vigilante. Man with the scissors. Not a single muscle twitches on the attacker's face. Play your games all you want. My mission will not change. Thank you for intervening, Your Celestial Highness. The nobleman lays his hand on his heart and bows low to you. As soon as you step aside, the guards barrel towards the scene. You have found all the imposters. I did? What?
It's about time.
I'm pretty sure I let some of them go. Down, Gara! Bad beast. Very bad. I apologize, Your Celestial Highness. How is your imposter hunt going? Gara? My darling pet. She is guarding the Imperialis. Every once in a while she gets an allowance in the form of Alcidont bones. What has it done wrong? She almost ripped off my finger along with a slice of Alcidont. It's my fault for forgetting their predators, albeit domesticated ones. You have reduced a beast born to hunt and kill to a domesticated pet without purpose and discipline. Both man and animal alike are destined for degradation. Solomor nods at Plyto, who is completely unfazed by the multitude of delicacies. See? This is the level of obedience and dignity we should strive for. If your blade does not obey your hand, it may one day pierce your throat. Kibella's words caused the governor to... I would trust Kibella on this. She knows more about this than I think anyone. Solomon, you may ask the governor your questions. If I can amuse the esteemed judicator with conversation, I would only be glad to. But of course, I have always wanted to try my hand at casual small talk. That's not casual small talk, Solomon! Solomon folds his arms imperiously over his chest, somehow becoming even taller in stature and broader in the shoulders. Tell me about the Laceraxes, Governor. Such fascinating creatures. Where did you get them from? That's true, I cannot tell you off the top of my head. Are there not many planets that have Laceraxes? I received these beasts a long time ago as a gift. It is well known... yes, commerce succeeded. Damn it. It is well known Laceraxes can only be found on Janus. The governor throws up his hand. Can they? And I was sure they were a common beastie. I might have embarrassed myself there, but I'd be glad to talk about something else. Do not judge me harshly. I'm just trying to get into a festive mood as best I can. We can certainly change the subject. I would like to note that I find your youth-extending face transplant procedure amazing. Does Thasera possess any other unique knowledge or items brought over from your homeworld? What is that world called, by the way? Ah, my native Idisk. Unfortunately, I have not introduced much from it beyond the art of changing faces, but perhaps the Celestial Lord has taken a liking to some of Thessera's original creation. Wink at Solomon and take the comm bead from your ear. I was presented with this pearl that whispered great secrets and mysteries. What a marvel! I was told it was an artifact from Idex. Persuasion test succeeded. Oh yes, the famous Idexian pearls of revelation. I often use them myself to keep my mind receptive to new ideas. Seth, you just pulled a Gog Van Dyer on the governor there. Very naughty of you, but I approve. But those who know, know. I was interested in the musical servitors. They could have only been brought to you by the Crimson Priests, the tech priests. Can you tell me why they visited the planet? What? A Imperialis wriggles free of the governor's fork and drops into his goblet. Yes, it was foreigners who delivered the mechanical musicians. I'm sure I have not mentioned them yet. I think they were the red robes who arrived to celebrate the ascendance of a new governor. That's me. Ludolfo wistful gaze follows Imperialis fleeing the table. I feel like branding the governor just for the shits and giggles of it, because I've got a funny feeling he ain't the governor. Why would the servants of the Omnissiah care who had taken the throne of a technologically underdeveloped world? Governor shrugs helplessly. I was too overjoyed at their appearance to ask. A gesture of deference, perhaps. I suppose. Sorry, a gesture of deference, I suppose. Who can understand those mysterious Crimson Priests? I turn, slowly point at Pascal. I'm like, you can. Indeed, the tech priests are famous for having many vocations outside of pursuing technology and discovering new knowledge, like music and visits of courtesy. Thank you for the conversation, Governor. I've learned everything I wanted to know. I have concluded my search. Delightful. I will immediately summon the court for a final celebration of hypocrisy. And who knows, perhaps today one of the imposters will be lucky enough to earn your favor. Straining to add a note of gravity to his voice, the governor proclaims, Most radiant ladies and noble lords, I hereby declare the imposter hunt officially over. The crowd responds with an uproarious cheers. Oh, the participants of our masquerade already stand before you. Did you guess correctly? Did you expose them all? Please don your oculars and have a good look. Rualdo turns to you and whispers conspiratorially, Not one noble was permitted to hunt the imposters this time, my lord. Still, knowing their penchant for such games, I suspect they tried to make their guesses anyway, quietly among themselves. All these imposters have been found out by none other than our celestial guest, Seth von Valencius. An unsurpassable show, your celestial highness. Bravo, bravo. May, present... Wait, did I actually get all of them? You hear the fool's voice from somewhere among the crowd. A noble torso. You branded a real noble as an imposter. Damn right I did. A noble torso, branded as at the behest of the rogue trader himself. Oh, what bitter irony. My standing ovation to you. Your Celestial Highness, as an our guest at Thessera, would you like to say a few words in guidance of our beautiful world? Yeah, we stand united in our faith and our common mission to bring about... Yeah. Wait. Glory! The masked people respond, making a sign of the Aquila over their chests. The one true path through darkness of the universe. Repeating after you, the Sister of Battle whispers her words fervently. You know something? I don't remember if I said this last time, but it pisses me off that apparently Games Workshop said no to the Argenta romance. That pisses me off. First off, there's nothing stopping the Sisters of Battle from having romance or engaging in physical relations. Second, we want it. I would burn worlds to make her happy. Even after the deluge of cries gives way to reverent silence, Argentas remain bright with zealous fire. May the God Emperor be merciful to this world steeped in mistaken beliefs. That was a grand speech, thank you. Rualdo sniffles loudly, dabbing his face with a handkerchief. Well, I'm a commissar. Bringing a tear to people's eyes is my job. After all, I am a commissar. And now, good lords and ladies, the time has come to make the fateful decision. There is naught but one true award, the highest favor that any branded impostor desires. Please, Your Celestial Highness. What is the highest favor, Waldo? Is this part of the rules of the game? That is correct, Your Celestial Highness. Whomever you grant favor to will be showered with all manner of honors and go to serve in the governor's palace. Ah, I see. I choose the lady in the golden mask who so expertly sets snares for her rivals. Why, thank you, Your Celestial Highness. I knew you had a heart of gold and a sharp mind. You hear venomous laughter from among the crowd and recognize Bluff's voice. As the square drowns in the clamor and applause of the gawkers who are spectating the game, you look around for the court fool, but cannot spot him anywhere. See, this heartless bitch, I got a funny feeling something bad's gonna happen to her. And in my own way, I have brought about her punishment. Such is His Celestial Highness's brilliant decision, which for some may have been fateful indeed. And finally, the hour you have all been waiting for, the conclusion... the concluding part of our, conclusion. The great feast. The crowd's patience has worn thin. Filling his lungs, the governor shouts out, Lacerax's dinner is served. What? The cyber Lacerax's lumens glow blood red. Before the condemned can even scream. The... what?
I've been branded. He tricks me. Gotta stop! I'm the master. Maeve, help! Maeve, I'm sorry.
I will be your end.
Well. Shit. I don't know how to respond to that. I've just been made a fool of. Well done, Owlcat. Well done. You misdirected me completely. I thought I was punishing the noble woman who was being an absolute bitch because she pissed me off and she annoyed... well, she didn't piss me off. She annoyed me. I thought I was punishing her. Turns out I wasn't. Turns out I saved her life. On the bright side, That other woman I did save. I've saved 2 people successfully. I successfully saved 2 people, so yay.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may,
Oops, that's front line, not rear line. My bad.
I'm afraid not. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
I might.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Thank you.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds, this is why none can escape the Emperor's judgment. Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, this is...
And that's why you never bet against Argenta. She is all about the Daka. What happened was no accident, and if my suspicions are correct, the Arbiter holds out his palm thoughtfully, then looks at his palm thoughtfully and holds it out to his cybermastiff. Glyto! Analyzed. The dog's visor shimmers as it scans his skin with the mesh of rays. Finally, there is a metallic click and the sending hum of cooling servo motors. The Proctor's augments respond with a soft buzz. A data brand. The court fool put it on me when he shook my hand. The Laceraxes attacked everyone who had been marked. However, the beasts were not all eager to tear you apart, rogue trader. It appears you are wanted alive, but without my protection. Oh, God Emperor. Maeve presses her hands to her chest in the sign of the Aquila. Her lips whispered in a prayer. Forgive and protect his soul. Forgive and protect. Rualdo mentioned being branded before he died. Can you scan him too, Solomorn? At his master's command, Glyto directs his scan rays to the dead man's severed hand, which is somehow avoided being reduced to shreds along with the rest of the body. The Cybermastiff's augmetics emit a warning signal. Rualdo was branded too. He couldn't have known, or else he would not have doomed himself like that. I assume this is likewise the work of that buffoon. The only question is whether he was acting of his own accord or at the behest of someone more important. Whose soul were you praying for, Maeve? My brother's, my lord. I had a feeling he was enacting himself lately. If I had known he had fallen in with scoundrels, I would have found them and strangled them with my own hands. What reason could your brother have? What reason could your brother have to want to get an arbiter's blood on his hands? It is a mystery to me too, my celestial lord, I think about it. And I can't even imagine why, but lately he's not himself. He keeps muttering those awful rhymes about blood and fate. It's like he's waiting for something, but I just can't understand what. Waldo called your name before he died. I have no idea what's going on. I'm so confused. Maeve stares at Waldo's mauled corpse with unblinking eyes. Is this just a horrible nightmare? Could it be I'm just dreaming? For a second there I thought, no, I'm sorry, it's impossible. You thought what? I thought it was my brother calling my name, not Lord Waldo. But Dayan wasn't there, meaning I just imagined it in my fright. Awareness test succeeded. You think back to all those last moments. It's hard to tell for certain, but it really did seem as though his voice had changed, that it sounded younger and less strained, as if he had cast off a mask. I see. So who is to be considered the governor now? If only I knew, my celestial lord, if only I knew. Maeve's glistening eyes are full of shock. How do I know I can trust you, Maeve? I swear by the Emperor himself, I'm unblemished before you in spirit and thought. That is what any cornered heretic would swear to try to save their life. But I really had nothing to do with any of it, my lord. All I was told to do was entertain our celestial guests and chaperone them to the castle for talks. And instead, there's gore and death everywhere. I need to look around. As you wish, my celestial lord. Okay, find out what's going on. Well... Detective mode. Cool.
Operation successful.
Check this out.
Yeah, let's grab the whole scale and fragment of bones. That's money. Okay. Well, I have fallen out of its open wand. It's 16, judging by the pieces of bone and brain matter stuff. But the beast was slamming its head. Okay.
New challenge for me.
Maeve? Take us to the castle. I hear and obey, my lord celestial. Please, Maeve breaks off as Solomon walks by, brushing past her with his shoulder before examining the elevator with a fault-finding eye. Not daring to speak again, the young woman makes a gesture of invitation and steps on the platform herself. No sooner have you stepped on the elevator than a short metallic clang comes from somewhere above you. It's one of those days, isn't it? I hope you enjoyed my bloodthirsty menagerie. You instantly recognize the spiteful voice and cocky smirk of the fool's mask. The arm that was mauled by the cyber mastiff at their first meeting hangs limply. He has not even bothered to bandage it. Still acting the buffoon? Some people never learn. Solomon gestures behind his back to the cyber mastiff, sending him off on a circuit along the wall. Pulsing light draws your attention. Against the far wall, an old man stands behind an ominous-looking altar. The heavily augmented man stares in wonder at the flashes of blue light snaking through the veins of the facertium in the floor and walls. The crystals in his eye sockets gleam and go dark in time with the flashes. At once you recognize him as the sculptor who offered to carve your visage out of facertium. The old man does not seem to notice you. All his attention is focused on the strange altar. Tadua, the executioner, stands behind the fool and gives you a crooked smile. The eye. Of course, it's Zinch. Nearby, Lucra, the fortress commander, keeps a sullen vigil. His hand never leaves the handle of his weapon. Bodyguards, for a private conversation. Isn't that much? A bit much. Times are troubled, as you know. I want everything to go according to plan. Well, the governor is dead. Is that your doing? Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't swallow a man whole, even if I wanted to. Bluff throws up his arms in an exaggerated fashion. The Lacerix, fool. You unleashed it on the governor. Don't try to deny it. It seems humor is not part of the vocabulary of the Emperor's servants. But truth should be. You see, the governor was a fraud, a fake, not worth crying over. The true governor of Thacera stands before you, esteemed guests. Dane, come on, don't say things like that. It's not right, it's... Shut up, you idiot. You can't even do as you're told. The fool tosses a look of utter contempt at Maeve. Take off the mask. I want to see whom I'm speaking to. Wrapping his hands around the mask, Bluff begins to slowly pull it away from his face, squirming and sobbing theatrically. Suddenly, the moans turn to gurgling laughter, and the fool removes the mask from his hands from the mask. A jest! You'll have time to examine this face very thoroughly. Alright, what was it Maeve should have done, Bluff? Bring you here to the altar of change. Fucking Zinch, of course. It's always cults. It's always fucking cultists. Bring you here to the altar of change and not ask questions. So simple, but she couldn't even manage that. And I, according to your plan, was supposed to die. Solomon raises the palm of his hands that holds the invisible mark of the data brand. Exactly, I don't need you, but don't worry, I planned for this as well. Tavarisk, are you ready? Bluff smirks, clearly enjoying his imaginary power. Or is it real? Solomon turns slightly away from the fool and makes a series of furtive hand signals, telling you to stall while the cyber mastiff gets into position. The preparations are complete, my lord. Barely able to take his eyes off the dark altar, the sculptor huddles towards the edge of the balcony. Thacera is not your homeworld, is that right? I see you already found me out, eh? That's right, I was born and raised on Idex, the great world in all the Imperium. The greatest world in all the Imperium. I'll never forget the mix of Plasteel and Ferrocrete, the glitter of proud spires, and eternal humiliation of my appointment. Why were you sent to Thacera? To serve the Imperium faithfully and honestly. Why else? Our all-knowing administratum benefits its... Oh. Our all-knowing administratum benefits if the feudal lord... Our all-knowing administratum benefits if the feudal throne is occupied by someone with an intelligence level higher than that of a Grox. A golden shove for all my diligent service. A golden shove for all my diligent service on Idex. I packed my bags and came to govern this backwater. What a joke. If you were the real governor, why bother masquerading the fool? I've always preferred masks to those mugs. Bluff gestures vaguely at the crowd thronging the square below. Besides, who would take the poor wretched fool seriously? Who would suspect... I did. I kind of... Yeah, I did. I found a replacement. Rualdo wanted to play at power, and I graciously let him. Pity he didn't rule for long. I, on the other hand, had a costume change, and took a seat among the spectators. I sharpened my wits. I even began to enjoy it. And all of it for this one day, this exact moment. The elation in his voice sounds almost maniacal. The Arbiter gives you a subtle nod. The Cyber Mastiff is close enough for a decisive lunge. And what is the altar of change? The fool gestures towards the object in front of the sculptor, a great artifact which Tavares carved from the Splanek's unique gift. The Certium! Take a good look at it while you still can. Alright, enough talk. I will not listen to another word of this heresy. You overlooked one small detail. What detail? Talk, you bastard! Solomon raises his voice and takes a step towards Bluff, clearly trying to draw attention to himself and buy Glato some time. Bluff ignores the Arbiter and his gaze fixes on Maeve, more specifically on the necklace on her... Oh, God. A lovely piece, isn't it? You see Solomon's head signal out of the corner of your eye. Glato leaps, but does not reach the fool. The Psyker moves at the same time. A flash of light, and everything goes dark. You are surrounded by the smell of old rust. The darkness reluctantly retreats. The pain comes first, throbbing in your head, then the metallic taste in your mouth, and finally, the feel of the hard floor, chafing your stinging cheek. Maeve's necklace is more than just a pretty bauble, I take it. Much more. You see, with the right knowledge, the right tools, and some complex rituals, people can transform a simple dirty blue pebble from the depths of Thessera into something truly special. However, it's a bit late for you to do anything with that information. Look around. We see Bluff through the bars of the cage. The mocking smile on his sinister mask seems to grow even broader. Or is it a trick of the light? Maeve, as white as a sheet, with a dark abrasion on her face, weeps quietly as she stands stock still beside the fool. Wait, where is Maeve? There are markings on the floor at your feet, a crooked circle bordered by unholy symbols. Bluff is standing in the center of an identical... Oh my god, I think I know what he's going to do. He's going to try and transfer his soul into my body. He's going to try and take my body. He's going to try to become the rogue trader. Bluff is standing at the center of an identical circle. You hear a quiet, measured scraping around an old man... You hear a quiet, measured scraping sound, and an old man's muttering coming from the depths of the hall. A few words you manage to catch sound nothing like old Gothic. Rogue Trader, can you hear me? Yes, I can. You turn to the voice. Solomon trapped in one of the cells. Apart from a bleeding bruise on his forehead, he appears unharmed. Solomon! You alright? I'm fine. He looks away for a moment, then back at you. Under Bluff's unwavering gaze, he cannot communicate any more clearly. You look from over to where Solomon indicated. Glaito lies motionless in the middle of the room. Judging by the flickering lumens in his implants, the dog is still alive. Well, when I get out of here, you're dead! Enough chit-chat. Tavarsk, begin. Tavrisk, begin. The old man with the Thassertium eyes, wheezing raspingly. Damn it, Owlcat. Why? Why are you structuring your sentence? Why are you using word salad? Anyway, the old man with the it's like when I have to try and say thistle. I have such problems saying thistle. 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 Anyway, the old man with the Thassertium eyes, wheezing raspily, spews a torrent of unholy words from his toothless mouth, and the markings beneath your cage seem to breathe in, glowing with crimson light. Maeve's gaze leaps from you to Bluff in alarm. Tia reddened eyes widens as she realizes what is happening. Dane, stop! Her form crashes into the fool, pushing him out of the center of the circle. The world explodes into shards, suffused with a blinding light that burns out your eye sockets, incinerates the air in your lungs, and makes your heart judder in your chest, and finally darkness descends, impenetrable and absolute, encompassing everything. It cradles you, dissolving everything that was once you, everything that once was. You are bobbing like a boat tossed upon the waves. Colors and sounds meld into a cacophony, stirring up nausea in this exhausted body. You blink, and the patches of color fall into place. Or do they? Across from you in the cage, you see a frightened, disorientated face, an expression you have never seen in a mirror. At your feet lies a gaudy mask that has fallen from the fool's face. Covering his wrinkled visage with both hands, the ugly and enraged governor of Thessara rises hastily on trembling legs. Seize her! Seize Maeve! Oh, staring daggers at you, Raldo Streech. Seize her! Seize Maeve! The guards take a heavy step in your direction. The look on his face promises nothing pleasant. Solomorn, now! A sweet, melodious voice rings out, not yours. Glyto, attack! Your head swims, and through the haze you recognize the figure of a guard, coming closer and closer with no signs of stopping. Your gaze sweeps over the room, searching for a way out, for a solution, until somewhere, at the periphery of your vision, you notice a streak of scarlet. It's the Cyber Mastiff's visor lighting up, giving you a chance to run. Well, this just went into left field. Your mind is a loose shard, cast out into nothing, screaming in the voices of thousands of lives. Are they your lives, or do they belong to another? The blood cracks branch out, biting into every scrap of disjointed thought, ravaging... You know what? I'm gonna be 100% honest here. I'm pretty sure that the Inquisition would fry my ass for this. The blood cracks branch out, biting into every scrap of disjointed thought, ravaging, hungering to shatter what little of your own self remains. A cry gurgles in the depths, a plea to make the torment stop and let you dissolve into unconsciousness. But something has sunk its claws into you, keeping you in place, fusing you back together piece by piece. Methodically and tortuously, it continues to skewer the shreds of your identity onto the thread of existence in an attempt to outpace the all-consuming void. Your memories of the last several minutes are incoherent and painful. The flash of sorcery, the leap into the unknown, Solomorn shouting something, gave Glyto an order, but what order was it? And any attempt you make to process what happened only pulls you deeper into unconsciousness. You are wrenched suddenly out of oblivion by a blunt, merciless bite. You try to breathe and you hear your own ragged wheeze. Sight gradually returns to you, and an angry horse head emerges from the mist. You are back. You are alive. Strength 0%. Oh my god. Focus your gaze. Slowly, your eyes begin to put together a sordid image. Everything around you is brown and disgusting. Hay, wood, blood, dirt. Horse. The trapdoor you jumped down has led you to a stable. A stable is a place for peasants, not sovereigns, but somehow your body remembers the sense of poverty. Your consciousness expands heavily, like sick lungs. You remember a large basket, bundles of food, clutched in your hands, and the grateful smiles of the hungry. Feel your body. Your hand finds something on your chest, something so cold it burns your fingers. For a moment you think that it's the real you, the shard of your will lost in the flow, but it turns out to be nothing more than a Thessertium necklace. As you look at it, the crystal stares back at you with its still blue eye. The fool's wrinkled face suddenly emerges from the reflection, and his gloating voice seems to hang at the edge of your awareness. This body remembers pain, an electrified air, something bad. Shout. Your shout is as thin as a death cry, and unbearably shrill. Still, it's just strong enough to make the creature stop trying to bite you and back off. Memories that are not your own tear into your mind, replacing your thoughts. It occurs to you that someone else used to scare all the monsters away. A big brother, so funny and always smiling. With some effort, you manage to force his gentle face out of your head. Agility 0%, roll to the side. Your attempt at twisting your body around only ends in a racking pain shooting through your back. The most you can achieve is a lurch upward, accompanied by a piercing crunch somewhere in the spine. Ow. Rise to your feet. You sway as if from sickness, all your limbs feeling impossibly fragile. Scrawny legs, frail arms. These do not belong to you. This is a costume, and it is not yours. It does not fit your status. is the wrong size, and it still carries greasy traces of its former owner inside. You overcome with the urge to... I see. Yes! Your iron will immediately rejects the shameful weakness, and you give yourself an order to steady yourself and probe the memories of the previous owner of this body. Before becoming a rogue trader, you are a commissar of the Officio Perfectus. Damn right! To complete the picture, you have no choice but to look at a nearby water trough at your reflection. You see familiar features. Some unnatural force has dragged you out of your body into that of Maeve. Geraldo's lady-in-waiting. Now that you have spent some time in the stable, you feel a little more accustomed to your new limbs. But where is your own mortal shell? Probably back in the cage. Oh God, what have I been? What have I been afflicted with? Perplexed. Disturbed. Staggered. Psychosome. Yeah! Oh God! Cannot use psychic. I hate you. I hate you, game. If I had a psyker character, this would suck. All right, let's see. What am I? Oh, I can't. Wait. Apprehend, protect. Oh yes, I can call Doggo. The Cyber Mastiff does not respond to nudges or commands. The lumens on its head are blinking with troubling agitation. A mountain of vegetable waste rises up ahead, next to which stands a rusty pitchfork. Your attention is drawn to something pale, pink, half buried under the waste, looking suspiciously like a limb. Pick up the pitchfork. This could be a decent weapon, if not for one problem. You lack this... Oh, God. Investigate the waste. You pull out the strange object from the pile. What emerges is human form, crudely severed at the elbow. The horse behind you sniffs and cranes its neck. Is that horse? Okay, that explains why the horses are a little bit wonky. Take the arm. You pick up what used to be someone's arm. The horse looks at the dead fingers greedily. Step away from the heap. You slip back through the fence. The horse snorts restlessly behind you. The creature that dragged you out of unconsciousness turns out to be a muddy brown horse. From the darkness, the beast follows you with its large black eyes. It looks hungry and frightened. Okay, well, okay. Examine the horse. The horse snorts and shows you its large teeth. It is unclear what this creature usually feeds on, but right now it would happily munch on your fingers. The animal's nostrils flare in agitation. It pauses for a second, watching the arm's trajectory, then trots after the treat with a rumble. Okay, carnivorous horses. Snorting frantically, the horse hurtles towards the stable door and smashes... Okay. Why is there lava in the background? The sight of the stable hand standing in the doorway portends nothing good for you. The man's face is savage, and glinting in his hand is a meat cleaver. Not so noisy anymore, are you, you little wench? I'll skin you alive! Call for help. You take a deep breath and scream as loud as you can. Your voice rings out pitifully. This cry may be your last. You see your new reflection in the blade of the cleaver. There's no way out. At least, this foray into the life of Thessarian peasantry has been a short one. An abrupt metallic clang rattles the stable. Something very heavy is coming your way at terrifying speed. Incoming Doggo missile. Doggo missile has arrived. The cleaver, raised for a strike, falls from the man's hand and he screams, assailed by a whirlwind of fangs, fur, and metal. Having emerged from the gloom, the Cyber Mastiff does not give the stable hand even a slight chance after ripping out a part of his spine. A part of his spine. The beast spits out the corpse and looks up at you. Good boy, Glyto. You notice a dent in the Cyber Mastiff's implants. He has taken a beating. It is hard to say whether he received this injury at the time of your capture or during his escape from the castle. Glyto stares at you for a while, then barks and turns to scan the area. He's clearly waiting for orders. Logic test succeeded. A cyber mastiff listened only to its arbiter master. The fact that Glyto is here means that Solomorn has ordered him to follow you through the trapdoor. The arbiter must have adjusted Glyto's priorities to have him guard you. Cool. I has Glyto. The inhabitants coming down the slope look hostile in the extreme. The vilest of them is missing an eye, but makes sure to keep his remaining one fixed upon you. Hey, Poppet! Where'd you get that dress? You know, my bride-to-be would love to wear a dress like that on her wedding day. Would you lend it to her? The one-eyed bandit glances at your dirty yet expensive clothing. Something tells you these people would gladly peel the dress off you, right along with your skin. Blyto. Execute. The cyber mastiff lunges at the leader of the bandits. His metal jaws start mincing flesh and bone like the knives of a giant meat grinder, moving faster than your eyes can even follow. Within seconds, the man who threatened you is a mutilated corpse, and his more fortunate henchmen are fleeing in terror. You notice that the cyber mastiff's jaw is slightly crooked. One of the bandits must have managed to get in a solid blow. When you try to touch it, Glyto turns away and... Damn it. Idika! Oh! Perfection! Stay safe, dearest, and say a big thank you to his graciousness for me. I'll never forget his good heart. Well... Ah, excellent. Flop your powdered face, you stupid girl. What if that fell on you someone's head? Fuck you. We spent the whole day hooking up that thing. Now we've got to do it all over again. Get out of here before you break anything else. Well, before we go anywhere else... Okay. Now where am I? Ah, I'm here again. I can return to the void ship all I want. I'm sorry, but unfortunately this is not going to be a thing. Ah, open the gate. Several commoners are talking in loud whisper, taking no notice of you. A bald man with a bowl cut is gesturing energetically, his back turned towards you. Never thought a thing like this would happen in my time. A new celestial lord has paid us a visit. They say he descended from the sky on a great bird of iron and stepped out of its belly clad in golden armor. And you saw him were blinded by his splendor. That's his anointed for you. Rubbish! I've heard that tale before. Only an idiot would believe it. He's a nobleman like any other, just a more important one. Treats everyone like dirt and pushes people around worse than any of our own nobles do. But that's the way it is, isn't it? It's the God Emperor's will that their place is to be at the top and ours in the dust. That's how the world works. Next thing you know, the Celestial Lord will make this whole place his own. Oops. Oh, I wish it was like you said, but something tells me bad things are coming now that he's here. I heard the new Celestial Lord. Wait, look! That's Maeve over there. She served the Celestial Lord herself. She can tell us all about it. Hey, Maeve! You want me to tell you about the Celestial Lord? Well, I do know a thing or two. People's eyes light up with curiosity at your words. They hurriedly gather around you, ready to hear something extraordinary. I was told the Celestial Lord accepted the key. Oh, you accepted. Oh, from the court fool's hands. To Thessera from the court fool's hands himself. He didn't shun the fool. He didn't beat him. So gracious. The servants whisper with reverence. That's how it happened, right, Maeve? It's all true, and nothing to add. The commoner who asks a question casts a triumphant eye over the others. The servant lowers his voice to a whisper. Have you heard about the mutant disaster? Everyone wanted to blame the commander or the executioner, but the Celestial Lord interfered, and it was merciful! It was like I'm telling, wasn't it, Maeve? It's just like you said. The trio falls silent for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Maeve, you got closer than anyone else here. How did he treat you? Yeah, Maeve, tell us. What's it like to be around one of the God Emperor's anointed? If it'd been me there, I know I couldn't have said a word in his presence. You never know what to expect from someone of such rank. For all you know, you say the wrong thing, and he has your tongue ripped out, roasted and served to you on a plate. What's that look for? It's happened before, I wouldn't lie. Yeah, the Celestial Lord was amicable and kind to me. The commoners nod their understanding as they continue to hang on your every word. Just a quick glance, just to walk out on the same ground he stepped on. If we had rulers like that, we could all breathe more freely. Why can't they make mercy their new custom instead of wearing those sewed-on faces? Oh, have you heard about Lord Grimley's new wife? The pot-bellied servant has the other two's attention now. They lean closer, losing interest in the previous topic, and you no longer hear a word they're saying. It would appear the trio's forgotten about you completely. I mean, yeah, like... Don't know what the people are talking about. I was a nice person. There is such a thing as manners. The vox in your companion's hand is speaking in your own voice. There's no need for concern. The proctor and I are in the middle of examining the documents, together with the governor. I'll be back soon as we are done here. There's a loud click indicating the other side has cut the connection. God Emperor, grant me the patience to endure this idle wait. Argenta makes the sign of the Aquila and slips into what looks like quiet prayer. Activating standby mode. Pascal emits a quiet hum as he begins his binaric prayer. Every moment spent away from the Domin is another defeat for me. As you approach, everyone's attention shifts to you. For now, their reaction feels closer to pent-up irritation than outright hostility. At last, I found you. I need your help. They take no notice of you at first, but after a moment, one by one, they turn their gazes to you. Silence falls over the street. Cassia frowns, covering her mouth with her hand. Those colors. It's as though they had been copied from those I usually see around the Lord Captain. I have fallen victim to profane sorcery. I need my body back. Do not weep, child. I will cut your thread quickly and painlessly before your soul succumbs to corruption. We need to get upstairs. Just trust me on this. You will find the rogue trader at the top. Tell the shuttle pilot to take us up there. He won't listen to me. The suggestion to stop puzzling over your identity and start acting seems to have had an effect. At least no one is arguing with you anymore. Yay! That's one hell of an entrance. When the dust clears, you see the familiar hall. The fool is fearfully hunched close to the cage in which you, or rather your body, is sitting. Your face is awash with tears, your lip is split, and a vox lies next to you in a cage. To the side stands Solomon, glaring through the bars at the true governor of Thessera. Upon seeing you and Glyto, the proctor straightens. It seems he was just waiting for your return. Without taking his intent gaze from you, he gives a slow nod. He is ready to fight. But how did you? The elevator! Damn it! Why did you have to make all this commotion? Why couldn't you just sit in the cage, out of the way, and wait for the ritual to be completed? The fool looks back at the altar. Tavrisk, move! The Psyker's cracked skin seems ready to crumble to dust, but his Thassertium eyes burn with otherworldly fire. The ritual is nearly complete, my lord. The altar of change is ready to irrevocably switch the threads of fate. Lovely weather, is it not? Decided to show a little decorum, my celestial guest. Is it time? It's a little late for that. The metal of the cage emits a piteous creak as Solomon slams his entire weight against the bars. Oh, hell yeah! Go, Solomon! Uh-oh. Boom. Honey, I'm home, I hope. You struggle to open your eyes after the world has once again taken shape. You realize that you are staring at your own palms, from your own eye sockets. You move a hand, and each muscle responds gratefully, filling with warmth. The others watch you with a mixture of hope and dismay. Maeve, the real Maeve, looks at you through watering eyes. Myself again, it was so. She lacks the strength for anything more, and her body collapses to the ground. Well done, Solomon. Governor, for the crime of stealing my body from me, practicing heresy and all-round monstrousness, you are hereby sentenced to death. Well done, Solomon. How'd you know that would work? I didn't, but the heretics were so obsessed with this lump of stone I figured the sorcerer would be ruined without it. Governor Roldo, for the crimes of stealing my body from me, practicing heresy and all-round monstrousness, you are hereby sentenced to death. Attack! How dare you order anyone around in my own palace? Tavrisk, do it. Do what? My lord, its destinies are already set in stone.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Okay, that's cool.
Mercy.
That is cool. I do like the statue thing. Oh no, we're surrounded. Oh, god damn it. Okay, myself. Where is myself and where can I go? I think I will go over here to this side, okay? And, yeah, Solomon, you're gonna pop over here as well. Actually, Solomon, you're going to protect my flank from numbnuts over here. Argenta? Please just murder everyone. Do what you do best and just murder everyone. Cassia! I'll get you up here. Ooh! Actually, hang on. Cassia, I think I'm going to throw you back here. Why is there a red light? Okay, I must be being targeted by something. Ah! Priority target. Good to know. Pascal, buddy. I'm gonna put you up here. And crazy lady with crazy knives. Just kill everybody, please.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
This way!
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
One additional action point.
I'll
Not
do
quite
it.
yet. Oh, control
That
4.
is for the weak.
Murder everyone.
Faith without deed. This is why I was chosen.
Will you grant me one last boon? Okay. I tell you what, get fucked. That's your last boon.
I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, eradicate it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it.
Cassia.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deed, for you each strike is a prayer. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak. For you each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I think all of his toys are dead.
As the Emperor commands, eradicate.
And now he's dead. Thank you, Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak. None can escape
Open
the
your
Emperor's
eyes.
judgment.
Or I'll open mine.
Sorry,
I refuse.
sorry, Cassia.
This is unacceptable. An offering of blood.
Stay vigilant.
You know, I could probably kill a lot of people, but I'm just gonna kill that Psyker right now. I need that Psyker to die quickly.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Reload, please. Okay, Cabela.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. As the tenets demand. I bring mercy and retribution. Thy blood, and thy blessing flow through my veins.
Oh, Cabela, you naughty girl. That was just a little bit on the raunchy side.
Tribute to the undying Emperor. Let thy blade be drenched in blood, and thy blessing flow through my veins.
a problem for me? All too easy. Nothing I can't do.
Oh yeah, that's right. I can attack.
Already done.
Insignificant value.
In the ensuing silence, a gurgling snicker becomes clearly audible. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see our guest is too alive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the gutting, start the fun. The ugly shambles that is Rualdo's face dissolves into a semblance of a smile. Cease your inane mutterings. You may open your mouth when you are asked a question, and your answer had better be honest and to the point, or I swear by the Lex I will make you speak. Or rather, whatever remains of you after I finish preparing you for interrogation. Are there any other victims of your rituals that survived? No, I didn't count the dead. The ritual is a complex one to perform, so it took Havrisk and me a long time to calibrate it, and you were the one it worked on. To think of all the possibilities it opened up. Using the Altar of Change, I could have worked my way up to a Lord of Terra. What are you talking about? The very suggestion. The Proctor's voice resounds with fury. His steely fingers dig into Glyto's collar. You sick degenerate. As my father used to say, if you've come a long way, keep going. I'm a dead man as it is, so I might as well dream a little. Be silent, heretic, or you will find yourself washing away your blasphemies with tears of blood, until the pain makes you beg the Emperor for death. The Certium, what are its properties? This wretched little world held nothing worthy of attention, save for Thacertium. When I started having dreams about it, and about changing bodies, I thought I was going insane, and I shared this with my sculptor, the now late Tavrisk. He helped me to understand the essence of the mineral. Experiments and studies followed, mostly carried out by Tavrisk. I don't have his gift, but oh, the things I could do if I were a sorcerer. In the end, he realized that Thacertium was a potent psi-focus. After 1,000 cursed attempts and a combination of powers, energies, and sacrificial victims, Tavrisk managed to create his finest sculpture from it, the Altar of Change, a magnificent artifact, a door to eternity. No more limitations imposed by our mortal bodies, no ailments, no injuries. If your flesh is worn, just swap it for new flesh. Don't like your lot in life? Choose from 1,000 others. No longer just a dream, but its most perfect realization. Immortality in stone. Okay, what was the point of that whole masquerade with the fake governor? A governor attracts too much attention, and I wanted my hands to stay untied. So I offered my court fool a fair bargain. He would become me, ruling the planet, living the good life, getting whatever he wanted, while I would be out there, flying towards the stars. We traded faces, clothes, and lives. And because I had gotten the local nobles into the habit of sewing other people's mugs on their heads, the switch went unnoticed. But the switch was only the first part of the deal. Naturally, I didn't mention the second part, the removal of witnesses. If someone is going to turn against you the moment there's a knife at his beloved sister's throat, you can't afford to keep him alive. Rualdo casts a hateful glance at Maeve's direction. I want to talk to you about your plan. What was your goal here, Rualdo? The plan was simple and elegant. Thacera starts underpaying its tithe, the Arbiti swallow the bait and send their messengers here. That's when I spring my trap. I change into the body of an arbiter, or the proctor who lands here. Pack up the altar, board the Arbiti ship, and wave goodbye to this ball of dirt swinging in the void. A rogue trader would have been even better, but greed has a way of spoiling a good game of regicide. The plan does not change, Vil Rualdo. The Undying One has whispered your name, and the execution of his will is nigh. Of course, this game involved one key piece, the embodiment of freedom of choice, my magnificent altar. My magnificent altar, so much accumulated potential from years of experimentation. It is damaged, but it still beckons, waiting to be used. Rualdo looks you in the eye with a caustic smile. I advise you to keep it safe. Who knows how many thousands of lives it will claim if something happens to it, unleashing all its power. I've learned all I needed to know. You may execute the heretic, Solomorn. Since you're done, Solomorn points his weapons. Roaldo, you have committed unthinkable heresy, and I refuse to acknowledge you as a human being, or read your verdict as befitting a criminal. You are a stain on Thasera's history, and it's time to wipe you from it. Although he executes the governor quickly, you see a fleeting expression of absolute disgust, perhaps even hatred, pass over the proctor's face. Maeve opens her eyes and immediately jumps to her feet at the sight of the bloodied corpse. She clenches her hands on her chest, her eyes well up. He was not your brother, Maeve. The young woman nods meekly, and a single tear runs down her cheek. Her voice is hollow when she speaks. You're right. He was the one who doomed him. Found anything, Solomorn? Yes, the data slate with the shipment chronicle that they spent so much time vainly searching for. According to the records, the tithe period is 1 Terran decade, and the quota prescribed is 1,000 cargo units. The governor withheld 100 units from each of the most recent shipments. That means this world has no actual difficulty regularly supplying the tribute. We can consider that matter settled. Deciding what to do with the Thassertium is far more important. It is a resource we cannot afford to ignore. Solomorn looks you straight in the eye. I propose destroying all of the Thassertium already mined, as well as its deposits. Allowing an abomination like that to exist is against the Lex. As for assessing the degree of Thasera's corruption and deciding its fate, the law prescribes leaving the judgment of the world's owners. Oh, leaving this to the judgment of the world's owners. That is the Administratum. Okay, couldn't we just turn this planet over to the Inquisition? My celestial lord, what am I to do now? And not a sliver of remorse, just fear for her own skin. Do not be swayed by a criminal's tears. I've seen plenty of these. They are worth nothing. Or should I say, worth nothing more than a bullet. But Sarah needs a new governor, one we can trust. Please, not me. Anyone but me. Who would listen to a court upstart who used to be a chamber pot maid? That is a fair point. But at the same time, you will learn as you go. I'm leaving you in charge, Maeve. As you wish, my celestial lord. If this is a joke, I'm missing the punchline. And if you are being serious, after what happened, the Administratum is going to take serious steps against the hotbed of perverse sorcery that this world... If this is a joke, I am missing the punchline. And if you are being serious, after what happened, the Administratum is going to take serious steps against the hotbed of perverse sorcery that this world has become. You may want to begin envying your older brother's fate, Governor. Then Thasara's fate is decided, and there is no point in staying here any longer. The heretic mentioned that destroying the altar would risk the deaths among local population. Whether he was lying or trying to manipulate us is irrelevant. The abomination must be destroyed. As for any casualties, the Emperor will know his own. Indeed, he will. The sacred fire of my ship's orbital cannons will raise the place to the ground. The palace to the ground before this cursed artifact can corrupt another soul. As you look at the altar, the ringing in your ears intensifies for a moment. Rupturing your eardrums, the altar roars. Threatening, promising to take thousands more with it, but you are deaf to its pitiful threats. You are interrupted by an anxious voice from the box. Lord Captain, do you read? The shuttle pilot reported the rescue operation, and forces are on their way. What is your status? Are you alive? Come in. I'm alive, Vigdis. Prepare to depart. Copy, Lord Captain.
I did fine.
I'm restless.
All right. Okay. Well, that was very interesting. Now, before I do anything else, bug report Alt B. Aw, that's cute. Okay. So I just double checked. It looks like there is more to do, which is excellent. Haha, no. Oh. Crap. 1 second. I gotta go back. Oh. I forgot. I need to visit this place first. After all, who knows what unique and interesting things could be here. Scan it. Adamantine, 12? Yeah, I'll drop one down there. Phlogiston? How am I doing for Phlogiston? 3? Yep, I'll drop another one down there. Give me something good. Plasteel? I've got 23, and I'm not wasting an extractium on one plasteel. The tiny colony is buried in an enormous yawning pit, the edges of its civilization structure barely visible even from the shuttle. Oh, explore the surface of the colony. The settlement was destroyed when the ground swelled up under it. The forlorn bones of dead colonists are strewn amid the rubble. On the edge of the crater, the scouts discover a tunnel entrance. Apparently there was an explosion in the cavities beneath the town, whose unsuspecting people fell instantly into the chasm that opened as a result. Near its gaping maw is a shuttle, overturned and blackened by the blast, forever motionless. Investigate the shuttle. Lying next to the shuttle are empty bomb containers and corpses clad in characteristic armor. The void craft belongs to the Adeptus Orbites. Surviving records suggest it was the arbitrators who planted the explosives and collapsed the tunnels on top of the dwellers. Searching through the papers, you find the demolition plans. The arbiters knew that detonating the tunnels would bury the colony, but prioritized eliminating the criminals over preserving the lives of ordinary settlers. The documents also included a map of the Cronus Expanse containing encrypted data. It appears the arbiters were aware of another smuggler's cache, but in a distant system. Investigate the tunnel. Ooh. Living snare. And leave the planet. Cool. Lord Captain, I humbly request an audience with you. Proctor Anthar is interfering with the crew and is demanding to see all the archival records of the fugitive criminals we have received from the Imperial Navy. We have ever received from the Imperial Navy. This matter is urgent, if you please. I will meet with both of you immediately. Thank you, Lord Captain. Your Lordship, Proctor Anthar is interfering in the work of the crew. He is intimidating and threatening them, demanding access to the ship's sealed archives. As for his dog, Vigdis pauses, shifting her gaze to the cybermastiff and tucking her hand behind her back. I humbly request that you take action. Vigdis, what's wrong with your hand? Allow me to explain. The Foxmaster tried to pet Glyto, which activated his self-defense protocol. As a result, I had to step away from my duties to have my implants replaced, esteemed Proctor. I already apologized. In any case, what happened was the expected outcome from authorized contact with the living weapon of the Adeptus Arbites. Vigdis, why did you try to pet Glyto? I didn't. This is the first time you've ever seen the Voxmaster so agitated. I did not try to pet him. It is not customary to keep such a cyber beast on a void ship, Lord Captain. This is my first encounter with such a creature. That Glyto, it followed me all over the bridge. And you decided to interfere with his work protocol. Vigdis cast Solomorn a cold glance before continuing. I had studied the archives and found mention of a ritual to establish contact that involves offering physical interaction with the beast. You are literally talking about bribery. A pointless act. The cyber mastiff cannot be bribed, and neither can arbiters. Solomorn, stop interrupting at once. Solomorn, why are you sabotaging the work of the crew? I was compelled to intervene as Glyto had intercepted a suspicious signal. The encrypted message contained the words heresy and fugitive. I managed to trace the signal back to the Voxmaster's workstation. I needed to dispatch Glyto on a reconnaissance mission to obtain new evidence and ultimately to ensure your safety. In other words, you sent the beast to follow me. I questioned the crew in the Voxmaster's absence and established that the wanted bulletins sent by the Imperial Navy were being completely ignored. I suspect that Senior Officer Toloman was abusing your trust. Did you know that one of the Voidsmen was a fugitive heretic? No, Lord Captain, he was not on the list of wanted criminals in the Cronus Expanse. I assume it's because of the relative insignificance of the heresies he was accused of by the Calixian authorities. Perhaps Proctor Anthar has information to which the Imperial Navy does not have access. Okay, Solomorn, what are you suggesting? Your flagship is untouchable for external inspection because of its high status, and criminals are taking advantage of that, so you need an internal audit. You need to pull up the archives of wanted bulletins and double-check the crew records. That is the only way to identify and eliminate potential threats to you. This is madness for a ship whose officer corps alone compromises hundreds of people. The work hours that would be required for such an audit. What do you have to say to this, Vigdis? Vigdis presses her hands together. Reports of fugitive criminals, which number in the hundreds, are of low priority. What's more, I know that Lord Captain Theodora was most adamant on the matter. If you forgive me, her exact words were, "We are not Grox-damned bounty hunters." The Proctor would know that if he had brought his questions to me, rather than interrogating the astropaths and the comms officers. As for the Vox transmission, the frequency on which the senior officers communicate is encrypted. I alerted the staff to the situation with the Voidsman who had brought I alerted the staff to the situation with the Voidsman who was brought to you on the bridge to stand trial. Need I remind the Lord Captain that Proctor Anthar has no authority to access transmissions conducted by senior officers on the Rogue Trader's flagship, not to mention that the signal was wrongfully intercepted. Solomon, you'll be granted access to the archives and lead an audit on my crew. As you command, Rogue Trader. Why? Because I fucking felt like it. If the Proctor wants to go nuts and bring his suspicions to me, then be my guest. A trickle of disturbing news came from the Navigator's sanctum over the last few days. Allegedly, there is a vast shadow following the void ship through the depths of the Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging to real space, the vessel shuddered, and an unidentified... oh. The void ship's crew did everything they could to release their vessel from the nightmare creature's grasp. The bulkheads groaned and snapped, entire chambers depressurized, and the screams of people left alone with the warp spawn made Vox operators go mad as their hair turned gray. At last, the navigator executed an emergency translation to real space, and only the opening of the escape portal made the unknown regressor retreat. Damn! We took a butt fucking. Oh my god, why can't these people solve their own damn problems? Your Lordship, the Heartless is... Oh, the Heartless is fully repaired and has been deployed to guard the Dynasty's trade routes, as you ordered. Your elated subjects are praising the thoughtful care you take of the Protectorate. The engine decks were transformed into... Okay. Xenos raid! Excellent! Huh? One second. Blasphemous Dakari Xenos have assaulted the colony are now rampaging through it, driven by their desire to eviscerate the entire world. No! Enter battle!
The litany of ordnance rings out across our decks.
Oh, there's only two of them? Yeah, okay.
Bleed them!
Wait, what happened to our master cannon? Okay.
Onward!
Target destruction confirmed.
This one's going down. Annihilate them! Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Woohoo!
Our technological superiority was obvious.
That was awesome. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, okay, we've got to go to the Administratum. Yay, we're
Victory
back here in this hellhole. The shriveled insect-like old woman greets you with a keen look. Welcome back to the Temple of Law and Order, your lordship. I have already been informed that you are here about Thessera. Prefect Volta nods to herself and snaps her brittle fingers, prompting a servo skull to flit closer. The creaking of its quill flitting in the air. Begin entry 51/4 Alpha. In the matter of the world Thessera and its obligation to pay the imperial tithe, this audience with the prefect of the Adeptus Administratum is now in session. Now then, what were your findings, Seth von Valencius? A heretic had seized power on Thessera. I had him Solomon, tell the prefect everything. I'm afraid I cannot accept another person's report. Her shriveled fingers nimbly extract a piece of parchment from her stacked papers. It is covered in her minuscule writing. According to the Cronus Expanse, Statute 19/A-11, any decision pertaining to the matter of the tithe shall solely be answered for by the person that directly made said decision. A report made by any other person shall be deemed legally null and void. The prefect puts the document back in its place. As you can see, there is sacred stipulation that you submit your report in person, and that I accept it from no one else. Very well. A heretic had seized power on Thessera. I had him executed and assigned a representative in his place. I see. The old woman looks at you intently over her ocular lenses. This is regrettable news. Even if your action was forced by circumstance, the loss of the governor means the loss of the very stability that any servant of the Administratum is immutably obligated to uphold and protect. Well then, let us get to the record, then. The prefect turns to the servo skull. Rogue trader Seth von Valencius effected the execution of the governor of Thessera, appointed by the Adeptus Administratum, and entrusted the governance of the planet to an individual who possesses no expertise necessary for such monumental responsibility. Preliminary damage assessment and restoration forecast of the world's key structures, Class A, severe. Noted and recorded. I discovered a material on Thessera known as Thessertium, a potent psi-focus. I had it destroyed in the interests of the Imperium's security. The prefect grimaces. I can quite confidently deem that outcome to be adverse to the interests of the Imperium. Alas, your lordship, I am duty-bound to deliver an exact and impartial assessment of the events. Rogue trader Seth von Valencius, upon learning about the existence of the deposits of a natural psi-focus located on the world Thessera, destroyed said material in its entirety. Consequently, the Imperium was deprived of a highly prized resource. Noted and recorded. The prefect chews on her lip in thought. I will be frank with you, your lordship. The conclusions that were drawn regarding the Thessera inspection were far from satisfactory. Minor disturbances such as the mass execution of mutants or the rebels' plot disguised as celebration are not nearly as dangerous as the if you will permit my choice of words, coup that resulted from your intervention. I understand the consequences are something that those endowed with power are wont to leave to their servants to deal with, and therefore something they find acceptable to ignore. Inscriba's ocular lenses flash as she looks up from her scrolls. However, I hope my words may help you to revise your approach to executing the Imperium's will in the Cronus Expanse in the future. With a tap of her nail, she dismisses the servo skull. How did you obtain such detailed information about the events on Thessera? Duty dictated that the Adeptus Administratum officials always be adequately informed. Otherwise, our services to the Imperium's order would be of rather questionable use. Unfortunately, it is for this same reason that I cannot disclose my sources to you. Okay? If you think the Thessarian mineral is so important to the Imperium, make it part of the tithe. What's the problem? Of course, you have the power to change your decision at the snap of your fingers, but its implementation will fall to thousands upon thousands of Administratum functionaries. You'll have to first record the previous status of the tithe, and then begin an equally lengthy process of re-registering the payment. As servants of law and order, we cannot simply skip the cumbersome parts. Procedure must be followed meticulously, lest we become mired in anarchy. Okay. One way or another, we can consider the matter of Thessera closed, am I correct? Closed and recorded, yes. However, that was just the first item on the agenda. Now, on to the next matter. Prefect beckons over another servo skull, which obediently takes its place at her side. Begin entry 52/Sigma. Competency assessment of the Proctor Solomon Anthar based on his performance during the mission on the world. I rate him very highly. You hear a painful metallic creak as Solomon's augmented hand clenches into a fist. Competency assessment? Very well, Prefect, I am listening. Solomon did nothing that could be considered a violation of the Lex Imperialis. So as to avoid misunderstanding, allow me to clarify that I am not making any judgment, but rather gathering information at Marshal Strach's request. The Prefect turns to Solomon. Proctor Anthar, you will be evaluating your own conduct in this instance. For my part, I will merely state a few key points. Let us begin. How would you describe your performance, taking into account the following facts? Volter produces a parchment scroll. You took part in the execution of an administratum appointee without its appropriate permission. You allowed yourself to be captured, thus endangering your mission and imperiling the valuable equipment issued to you by the Adeptus Arbites. What's more, you sanctioned a tithe-related decision that carries adverse consequences for the Imperium. The Oldham pauses. That is all. Proceed in your self-evaluation. Solomon's heavy gaze is fixed upon the Prefect as he slowly forces the first word out of his jaws as if they have turned to stone. I took every effort and was acting solely in the name of the Lex Imperialis. However, the outcome of the mission speaks for itself. My verdict is thus that my performance in the Thessera case was inadequate. Noted and recorded. The Prefect's immaculately polished ocular lenses bore into you once more. Now that the Thessera inspection has Noted and recorded. The Prefect's immaculately polished ocular lenses bore into you once more. Now that the Thessera inspection report has been properly entered into the record, allow me, on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum, to officially extend our gratitude to you for the support you provided us. May the Von Valentius name be forever praised, and may the Emperor protect your dynasty for many generations to come. That said, I must now request your assistance in a different capacity. A number of highly important court cases have accumulated at the Palace of Justice, the kind that require formal resolution by the rogue... Oh my god, am I going to have to sit in judgment? Okay. Are you not being a little harsh on yourself, Solomon? Exactly as harsh as my duty demands I be. An arbitrator has no right to mistake our weakness. Our mission is much too important. The Proctor's voice sounds firm but detached, as if his mind is wandering far away. How will the trial proceed? The defendants will speak first, whereupon you can ask me clarifying questions on the case, and then the old woman gives you a meaningful look over her ocular lenses. A death sentence must be passed. You are, of course, free to judge otherwise, but execution is preferable, since in every case that will come before you, an outcome without highly unpleasant consequences is unlikely. Executions reduce the number of malcontents and motivate prospective defendants to solve their problems before they come under the purview of the Rogue Trader's court. One of the Rogue Trader's many duties is to mete out justice. I agree. There's one thing, Rogue Trader. By the order of Marshal Strax, Proctor Antler has been assigned a short-term mission. He is to take leave of your retinue at dawn. As this is a matter of extreme urgency, the Adeptus Arbites would appreciate your understanding. Alright, I see. Good luck on your assignment, Solomorn. Thank you, Rogue Trader. I have relegated my current tasks in advance. I am thus ready to escort you to the Palace of Justice immediately. Please follow me. You are greeted by an impeccably dressed man with a perfectly straight back. An Arbite scale emblem is embroidered in his clothes. Glory to House von Valencius. We are honored to welcome you to the Palace of Justice, your lordship. Do you wish to proceed with the session at once, or will you grace me with any questions I might humbly answer? Okay. What is this place? This is the Palace of Justice. Ninth resident of the House von Valencius, erected by your esteemed ancestor, Benefaz von Valencius, and handed over by Theodora von Valencius. Ever may she bask in the throne's radiance. To the Adeptus Arbites and Administratum for judiciary use. Cases of special interest are heard at this palace. Sentences are carried out here also. Alright. I cannot save. I'm locked into this. Let us begin. Please follow me. In Scribia, Volter's dreary vox-amplified voice carries across the hall. The court will now hear case DP 1453/2. The doleful host against the astropathic choir of Dargonus. Representatives for the parties will present their arguments following procedure. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am going... You know what? We're already 4 hours in. My back is killing me. And I need to... and I think I'm going to break off for now. Because I know there's still more left in this DLC. And I would like to, finish this up next week. So, I'm going to quit here. I know I haven't quite saved. And I know I'll have to go back to an earlier save. But that's okay. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. Tonight's session. I know there's a little, probably like a couple more hours left. But wait, isn't he supposed to go? Anyway, but for now, let us call it quits for the night. Take it easy, everybody, and have yourselves a good evening. And enjoy your weekend.